Okay. Welcome, everybody. This is the Norton Planning Board's meeting of April the 8th, 2025. Again, this is a hybrid public meeting, so the members of the public are welcome to participate in person here at the Norton Town Hall. Thank you, everybody who's here, as well as those who are joining us in the Zoom meeting. The meeting will also be available on Norton Cable Access and the Norton Media Center's YouTube page for viewing after the meeting. So, I'll also add, just for any future meetings, if you have questions for the board ahead of the meeting, please feel free to send them to Brian Carmichael, town staff. His email address is posted on the agenda as well. So, with that, I'll call the meeting to order. We have 6 members here in person and 1 member who is absent. We don't have any updates on planning board business and policies to go through. We do have 2 bills, which I'll pass around for the members to review. Both of them are for postings in the Sun Chronicle related to this meeting for the 2 articles that will be presented at town meeting. So, I'll leave those with you, Rob. Take a peek.
Did you say you already have the articles that are going to get presented?
No, these are the bills are for the fees for the Sun Chronicle to post the notice for this hearing.
Oh, okay.
That's all.
And then
Okay.
signs by Warren for the physical plantings of the signs at the locations.
Yes, and the signs which are physically planted at all the locations,
The
yes.
church of law.
Okay, so I think everybody knows why we're here. This is a pair of public hearings, which are discussion and votes related to town meeting articles. The first one is for the MBTA Communities zoning recommendation, and the other one is for a recodification of Norton's zoning bylaw and zoning maps. We'll take them in that order. In terms of order of operations here, we'll do the MBTA first. We'll go through a presentation, have comments from any of the board members, ask comments for any noticed property owners and or abutters, and then we'll do general public comments. After we conclude those comments, we'll close the public hearing, the board will make its votes, and then we'll move on to the second item on our agenda. Okay? So with that out of the way, we can launch into our discussion here. Paul, if you want to bring up the presentation here. Obviously, if you've been following some of the planning board's meetings over the past year, you may have some kind of context around the MBTA Communities bylaw, but we know that some of you may not. So we do want to just go through this and just give everybody a baseline of what we're talking about here in terms of what the bylaw does, what it means, and we'll go from there. So, in terms of the overall presentation here, this is where we are, April 8th, for the public hearing. The completed article that is due for the town meeting warrant on April the 10th. Town meeting is May the 19th. So yes, it does take 5 weeks as a cutoff between when we vote on final language to when it shows up at the warrant in town meeting. So what is this MBTA overlay district that we've been talking about? So this is originally a state law which was signed by Governor Baker back in 2021, I believe, Paul. So Norton qualifies as an MBTA adjacent community. The rules for adjacent communities, meaning we don't have an MBTA station in town, but we are adjacent to multiple ones that do. The requirement from the law is that we create one zoning district which allows multi-family properties as of right, meaning they are not subject to a special permit. And while I get off my train of thought here, I'll just ask anybody who's on the Zoom meeting to please mute your microphone. If you are looking to speak, I'll ask you please use the react function in the Zoom meeting, and you can raise your virtual hand and we'll see you and know you're looking to speak. Okay, so this zoning district that the law requires must allow at least 15 units per acre, and it must be at least 50 acres in total. It does not need to be 50 contiguous acres, but the total area needs to be 50 acres. And it cannot be subject to age restrictions and must in theory be suitable for families with children. So it cannot be an over 55 community or anything like that. Norton's target, if you multiply 15 times 50, is 750 units in terms of the number of potential units on paper. It must consider excluded land, wetlands, state-owned properties, So the actual required numbers based on raw acreage may be higher. So Paul, if you want to go to the next one. So what is not required? Doesn't require the town to provide the land or produce the housing. It doesn't require the owners of the land to sell their land to anyone. It doesn't require the town to pay for any infrastructure. It doesn't require building types that don't agree with the existing aesthetics. And there's no requirement overall to develop. The idea of the law is to provide the opportunity to develop and potentially replace existing uses over time. So more than half of the cities and towns in the state are required to comply. So we'll go stop there on that slide, Paul. The state does have a number of penalties for non-compliance. Some of these were written into the actual legislation, and other ones are being considered by the Department of, the state agency in charge of housing, and it's the EOHLC.
Yeah, of the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities.
But if you take a look away from what's on the page, the state is swinging a very big stick in terms of compliance. They are essentially tying any kind of discretionary funding or grants that they have to being compliant with this law. We've even seen it written into requirements for firefighting grant equipment. So Norton, all of these together, Norton's received a bunch of grants since 2018. You can see the numbers there, including one this current fiscal year. The next slide, you've seen a lot, if you've been reading the Sun Chronicle or the Globe or anything else recently, you have seen headlines of other towns suing the state over what is potentially required from their parts. From the planning board's position, the decision on whether the town chooses to take legal action against the state is a select board decision, not a planning board decision. Our job is to prepare a bylaw for town meeting, which we think meets the requirements and in theory can pass at town meeting. Whether the town chooses to take action against the state, not our call. We've been doing a lot of community outreach over the past several months, especially after fall town meeting. I'll say, Paul, thank you for, I think most of the efforts on this list are all you. In addition to all the public hearings that we posted on the issue. Obviously for the areas that we're going to be talking about, a number of property owners and abutters were noticed. We've also been posted a number of businesses and community groups, emails, and any other thing we can think of short of carrier pigeons. So, Paul, I think you just wanted to give a bit of a background in terms of housing and kind of the background behind this law. The state's concept of this law is to, in theory, promote more housing development, in theory, more affordable housing development in net, and try and balance out from a supply and demand perspective.
Right, to try to get the supply to catch up with the demand. So last week, many of you who were here remember Will Radigan from CHAPA. He was presenting a lot of information on the Massachusetts numbers. I just wanted to show some Northern numbers more explicitly. And this I pulled from Zillow. Within the last year, the housing price, the average housing price was about $550,000, which is, showing, in this case, a 6.5% increase over 1 year. Along with that, Will talked a bit about the population growth in Massachusetts and that it had sort of flatlined in the last few years. When you look at Norton, since about 2005, we've stayed at somewhere in the 19,000 person range. We've never hit 20 or maybe just nicked it, and then we're still back below it. But we've been relatively flat in terms of population growth. And along those lines, corresponding with it, since about 2010, our residential construction has been pretty slow comparatively. When you look at from the 70s in the 90s, it was really high, and then since 2010, it's at a low point since the 1960s. So again, that corresponds with a flattening of the population. He also showed a couple of slides, or this slide showing a couple of homes. He was showing the density. I just wanted to look at and present what fiscal impacts developments like this could have on the town. And what this is attempting to show is if these were replicated over an acre, just what the property taxes could be over an acre basis. So if we look at the 378 Reservoir Street, that's about a quarter of an acre. And so in this year, they paid about $8,400. But if you replicated that, basically added 3 more of these, it'd be close to $30,000 an acre, which is would be a pretty good increase compared to, say, an example here of this, this beautiful home that's sold for over $1 million. It's they're paying about $25,000 in taxes, which is quite a bit, but it's 7 acres, and when you divide that number by 7 acres, it's about $3,200 an acre. And these, I just want to also show some of the taxes of our 3 largest multifamily developments. You can see 274 East Main's paid about $584,000. And you can see the others there. I'm only just trying to show that this is just how tax implications are affected. It doesn't account for costs of services. This isn't saying that we want this type of development everywhere. There's a right place for all of this. But to think in terms of if we were to get more, particularly smaller types of multifamily, it could have a positive impact on our budget potentially.
And I know after the last meeting, you did send out some independent studies that different towns had commissioned that the boards have been able to look at, so.
Right, and it's, we have Dropbox back up and running, and those reports are in there.
Thank you. So, going back to the bylaw itself, what is proposed is an overlay district, so it does not touch the base zoning map that everybody has. What an overlay district means is it sits on top of the zoning map, and a property owner can choose to develop or not develop their property based on the existing zoning or under the overlay. They choose one set of rules or the other. You don't get to pick and choose, well, I like the setback here, I like this over here, I like this over here. No, you choose one set, but it also means that nothing on the existing zoning has to change at all. Approval would be by site plan and not special permit. That is part of the state regulation, and it is not subject to a special permit review. Site plan review is generally conditionally approved by the planning board. We have the power to put conditions on projects. It is very challenging for us to deny a site plan. When we do, we are generally sued. In case anybody was wondering, this is not, I would say not, the TPC parcel that was presented at Fall Town Meeting. That is not part of what we're talking about tonight. The planning board is going to vote this evening after we go through all of this on the final bylaw text and the parcels to be selected. Just by way of definition, multifamily in Norton starts at 3 attached units. So a duplex isn't necessarily multifamily. A triplex or a quadplex would be. And when we get to town meeting, the zoning text and the parcels is going to be on one warrant article combined. So how did we get here? After Fall Town Meeting, we went through a large public comment process, including an open house event where members of the public put dots where they felt like this type of project should be cited, along with comments. Some of those comments being, I don't want it anywhere, I hate this. That's also a valid comment. Board members evaluated those properties along with comments from town meeting, that whole process, and that whole probably year-long process at this point that we've been talking about this. Some of the criteria that we tended to settle on are areas where multifamily dense housing already exists, areas which might be in need of redevelopment, or where development might be challenging. This included reviews of parcel ownership as well as land versus building value metrics. An example being if you had a beautiful piece of property and a tiny fixer-upper that was about to fall down on it, a developer would see a clear path to buy that property, knock down the fixer-upper, and put something else in its place. And again, if feasible, one of the comments from the last round from the school committee and others was if it makes sense to potentially split some of the overlay district between the two different elementary schools, if it made sense. So the areas that were noticed for this hearing, we have the Norton Glen, we have a combination of Red Mill Village and 274 East Main Street, which are just in one circle due to their proximity. We have Mansfield Avenue North, excluding the TPC parcel, with generally properties on the other end of the street from that, other side of the street from that, and up close to the Mansfield line, as well as 138 Barrow Street, which is the former Tweed Mill property. So just a summary of what we've been talking about over our last several hearings. We're going to go through all of these. The Norton Glen, if you know the area, you know that feeds into the LG North Elementary School. This is currently occupied by 150 affordable housing rental units, all of which do count towards our subsidized housing inventory. That's under a contract with the state through 2033. This is under one property owner and one unified plan of development. But Paul, just to correct me if I'm wrong, this is currently non-conforming based on the existing use.
Use and lot size.
And it's currently commercial zoning or
No, it's residential 80.
for R80, sorry.
Yes.
Okay. And the next slide here. These are the Mansfield Ave properties, which we've noticed as part of this process. This includes properties all the way down towards the shopping center to the south and all the way up to the Mansfield line to the north, including all of those multifamilies across from the golf course and everything else there. These are all under a whole lot of different ownerships. The lot sizes vary a lot. Most of the industrial properties there are relatively new. So in terms of what would happen soon, I think there's a general feeling that nobody's going to be tearing down the new electrical training warehouse that they just put up in the last 2 years. And as we go through this, Paul, actually, if you want to go back to the previous slide, I skipped over probably the chart there of the summary. The Norton Glen, as we've gone through with our compliance modeling with our regional planning agency, is 25.2 acres with 150 existing units. On paper, if you built this out to the maximum capacity, if you were able to build this out to the maximum capacity allowed by the zoning, you could in theory have 343 units, which in terms of net would be 193 if you bulldoze everything to the ground and rebuilt it from scratch. And then if you go to Mansfield, again, the summary there, all of those properties together are 32.5 acres. There are 168 existing residential units. The total potential net increase there is 313. And then if you look at those two combined, in theory, they do have enough acreage and potential units to meet the Commonwealth requirement. Former Tweed Mill building, this is currently vacant with a building of about 6,000 square feet. It is residential 60 zoning. It's 25 acres with nothing on it. In theory, if you put 405 units on it, all that would be a total net increase. But there are a lot of challenges with developing on that site. A, there's no sewer. B, there's a dam that needs repair and there's some other issues going on there. But it is there. And again, looking at, in theory, combined with the Norton Glen, that comes just close to the 750. And Paul, I think that's just tight.
That's really
Tight.
tight.
Yeah. Okay. And if we continue here, look at Barrows and Mansfield Ave combined, they have quote-unquote room to spare. I think as this board has shared over our past hearings, once we get into parcel selection, we would in general try to pare down whatever parcels we're looking at to get close to that 50-acre requirement. opposite of Price is Right rules, get as close to the number as we can without going under. And then we have Red Mill Village and 274 East Main Street here combined just on one slide. This is a mix of commercial and R80 zoning, all feeding into the Norris Elementary School. Red Mill Village specifically is 51 acres. Red Mill Crossing has been pointed out to us, if you exclude that, that is a little over 1 acre, that's part of that. 274 East Main Street is a little under 15 acres. You can see all of the net increases there. And as some members have shared previously, there has been some feeling that because these developments are new, because they are well received, they're generally pretty well filled, it would be challenging for a developer to come in and put anything else here, with everybody already living there and being pretty happy. So this has been proposed by some members as a proposal that would lessen the potential impact, especially in the near term, on development within the town. And again, just the numbers here of what those two look like combined. And some potential combinations they expect that we'll consider this evening. These combinations would generally meet the state requirement, and we'll go through that in our formal vote at the conclusion of all the public comments here. And then just some of the highlights of the text changes here. Obviously they meet the requirements, we wouldn't be making them if they didn't. The general concept of the bylaws as we have designed them is they do include an affordable housing component. They also include the potential for mixed use in terms of top of the shop developments, so you could have a multifamily property with a laundromat, a pizza parlor, or something at the bottom. They have a maximum of 3 stories. If you were at fall town meeting, we did have some other aspects to this bylaw which included the potential for density bonuses and things of that sort. Those have been removed for this round. And in general, the bylaw has been designed to allow the potential for smaller scale buildings rather than exclusively large buildings. Again, the board hasn't voted on that final language, but just letting you know kind of a simple version of what is on the page right now. So again, in summary, the state is requiring compliance by July with significant impacts on grants and discretionary funds, which is the reason why we're working on this. I think even people who are in favor of promoting more housing development and more affordable housing development in town would say this bylaw probably would not be in front of this board if the state wasn't making us. Again, the requirement is only to allow the opportunity for development. It does not mandate construction, and it doesn't prevent development or continuing use under the existing zoning if that's what the property owners desire. And again, if multifamily development is developed, the requirements are designed to promote properties which encouraged mixed-use retail as well as affordable units, keeping Norton above its 10% affordability threshold, which, as we've seen over the past few weeks, if you've been watching the select board or zoning hearings, does have an impact on 40B developments. So, now that I've talked and rambled for maybe 15 or 20 minutes, I'll just go to any members of the board here if they wanted to make any initial comments at this point, before I ask for any comments from noticed abutters or property owners.
The state is making us do this. Try to be easy on us tonight.
Why would they start now, Steve? Okay. Anybody else? Laura, I see you reaching for going forward. You're just looking at the screen. Or you're not going for the microphone. Okay.
No, I'm good.
Okay. So I'll ask if there are any noticed abutters or property owners who'd like to come up and provide any comments for this meeting tonight. I'll keep an eye on the Zoom meeting if anybody would like to raise their hand as well. I know I've talked to a couple of people who wanted to come up and speak already. Paul, I'm not sure if you know of anybody from, I know we have a number of people from Red Mill Village here. I'm not sure if any of the other property owners have let you know that they'll be in attendance, or?
No.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Warren Siegel, 28 Cotting Road.
Thank you.
I just first like to just start off to clarify what's on the table. I've been to several meetings starting in March. I've been away from this process for some time. But starting then is when they selected the various locations to be identified. And at that time, it was my understanding you identified Red Mill Village. And up until this slide you've shown for the first time, have I seen Red Mill Crossing as also being included. So I asked the board, I've seen the presentations that have been presented, and if you look at those presentations, they identify a slew of properties, including East Main Street, as well as Red Mill Village, in addition to the cemetery, in addition to Red Mill Crossing, in addition to town-owned property, without any distinction identifying what specifically was included in those presentations. The board vote to what was going to be noticed was referencing Red Mill Village. At no time did they reference Red Mill Crossing. And my question is, apparently, Serpent had included Red Mill Crossing as part of their calculations, but I don't know that the vote taken on March 11th, which basically just said Red Mill Village, actually included Red Mill Crossing. And I'd ask for some clarification by the board.
Sure, understood. Paul, did you just want to speak to the properties that were noticed? And just, I know we called it out specifically in terms of that slide.
Right, so when the notices went out to the butters, which of course you received, Red Mill Crossing was listed. It was listed by both address and by parcel ID.
They were abutters as well.
No. Well, they were butters, but they were listed as a potentially impacted property.
The plan attached was the plan I just described that didn't identify specifically the location of what was being identified. It included the cemetery, it included land owned by the town. So I'm not sure, clearly it is an abutter to it, it's one of the abutters, so it didn't identify it specifically as being an identified property.
The notice that went out included Red Mill Crossing. It didn't include town property in the notice. It's possible when we drew the lines like we had there, it's possible that those got picked up because of their proximity, but those were not, I hope they weren't.
I have attached the plan. That's the plan that went out with the notice.
Yeah, but the notice is,
It includes
okay.
It includes the cemetery, it includes land, I believe this is town land behind Red Mill Village. Excuse me.
Yes, so those properties were noticed as potentially affected properties.
Correct. But they were, as I,
And I
again,
understand your
at the meeting, it was
clarification.
not identified other than Red Mill Village.
I understand your point, yes, in that.
And for the record, Red Mill Crossing is separately owned. While it was initially permitted along with Red Mill Village, it was spun off, it's not a part of the condominium, and it's separately owned.
Thank you.
Okay. At the last meeting, before the Finance Committee and the Select Board, I raised some issues that I'll repeat again for the people that are here. One of the questions, the issue I have is, Red Mill Village is selected, and in looking at it, I want to look at the impact of really just selecting it for an overlay district. All of the other properties, including the Gillette Stadium, by the way, they're owned by one entity. What does that mean? So the existence of this bylaw alone has no impact on the owners. It doesn't impact their buyers or their financing. When it comes to those situations, it's an election. They look to their buyer saying, it's there, you don't have to do anything about it. It's mere an election for you, it's a positive thing. That's not the same thing for Red Mill Village. We have 152 units, and basically when we sell our units, I don't know, I couldn't give you the numbers, but a significant number of people buying our units are from out of state. So they would have never had any exposure to this mess, which arguably have said, if you lived in Massachusetts, you probably heard about it and probably doesn't impact you. So we have people coming from out of state. And while it's not typical to look at overlay districts and be concerned about it, when you look at Red Mill Village, I think it's a different issue. For us, well, let me step back a second. I've only gotten late to this rodeo recently, trying to understand this process. You guys have been working on it for over a year. And your impressions of what it means and how to affect it have gone from one end to the other. Ultimately, when asked questions, I myself had to go to the state twice. Once regarding its exclusion for 55 and over, and the other for basically exclusion of conservation area, both of which were head scratchers in terms of the response. Ultimately, I've asked questions of this board and of the planning director, and the answer I got was, we relied on Sturpin. Sturpin had to evaluate this strange formula and come up with the solutions, and we're relying on it. And I would just point out to this board that in viewing the last town meeting, the tapes of the last town meeting, it was apparent that our town council said not that you can't rely on just Sturpin, because this is open to interpretation, and the final arbitrator of it is the state. So whatever you're saying now is, you think is gospel and is relying on Sturpin, is something that's not yet been determined and won't be determined until the state ultimately signs off on this. So with that as a background, I'm now looking at dealing with a buyer who's coming to my location, reading my bylaws, and it says with a certain percentage of the of our community, we possibly can do it with age restriction for the age of the children or age ourselves. We've basically done it before. We reduced our ability from 55 to 50 with certain restrictions. So that's open. So someone looking at our bylaws can look at that and saying, is that something that applies to us? Now, without having responded to my question on Red Mill Crossing, that clearly has a definite impact on us. Red Mill, we have a vested interest in Red Mill Crossing. We share an easement with them in terms of its parking. We gave up part of our parking to facilitate their use of that property. We allow them to park on Hardingway. So the fact that this is a standalone, and regardless of what Red Mill Village does, Red Mill Crossing can elect this overlay district, and with it can add probably 15 units above their existing retail use. Now, that really impacts us significantly. And that's something, A, for parking, A, for traffic, and B, for visibility. And that's something that, were just for the overlay district alone, might be argued that, well, you really don't have to tell people what it is, that they can look for themselves. But when you couple in the impact of a Red Mill Crossing, I think becomes a duty to disclose that, and I'm happy to try to relate that to Sturpin, but no one's going to answer my questions at Sturpin as to how that applies. So when you say, well, Red Mill, well, it's the implication of the overlay district in and of itself is not spread equally. Those people that own it can say, it's great, or it's not great. Use it or don't use it. We don't have that option. And for us, that's a detriment and a possible impact on our ability to sell our units, which is something this board and the town needs to consider. Back in December, in response to the town's mandate, I guess, to this board, and I don't envy your position, I understand it. I think you guys have been trying desperately to reach some position that services this town. But in any event, in December, you held an open meeting with little stickers and Post-its to try to get the town, in response to the need expressed at the town meeting, to get the input from the town. Now, I've heard this board on a couple of occasions referring to the fact that Red Mill Village was 6th on the list. I looked at those plans and those maps, and that's not correct. Red Mill Village is not listed at all on those dots. The properties that are listed with a dot are East Main Street, property that I believe is owned by the family of Alec Rich, and the property immediately adjacent to 495. I think there were 54, the total score was Glenville, Norton Glen 54, Mansfield Avenue 70, Tweed, that's the Barrows property, 12, and 123, 495, 6. None of those 6 touches Red Mill Village. Interestingly enough, all of those other properties that are listed as primary are all capable of some development. So the argument at that point, at least in everybody's mind, was they weren't necessarily looking for Red Mill Village. Suddenly, it's changed. But what else has changed since that time? Ideally, there's a lot of confusion regarding this. And the fact that the instinct of everybody in town was, let's reject it. It's the state wants it, and they're mandating it, it's not going to be good for us. Let's just reject it. And that's why you got the response you had. And probably rightfully so, just because it was so misunderstood and not understood at the fall meeting. So they rejected it. I think coming back, they came up with these locations. But since that time, there's been this, I don't know whether it's a groundswell or something that I haven't seen, but there's a lot of social media suddenly saying, well, we can do this, but let's put it on a place where we don't think it can happen, without regarding to the impact that it might have on us by merely identifying us as a location. But what's happened since then? What information did people have then that they don't have now, that they have now? Well, we keep talking, and I believe it's still going on some websites, that we're talking about adding 750 units to this town. That's just blatantly not true. Each of these locations, except for maybe Barrows, which wouldn't be done by itself, applies for a net increase. There are existing units there already. So it's never been 750, it won't be 750. So that's not true. He's not here now, but at the last meeting before the planning board, the select board, and the finance committee, there was a presentation by CHAPO, which is an organization, I don't know what its abbreviation stands for, but it's related to housing. It's a nonprofit organization. And they went through basically these locations, and they also, it was interesting to me that for the first time, I got an understanding of the types of properties that we're really talking about. And they indicated the properties that really are geared to this type of development are focused to older adults, students graduating, local teachers, first responders, small businesses, first-time homeowners, young professionals. Unlikely to see school age enrollment significantly changed. And he was responding to surveys of various towns throughout the state. He also provided analysis of various towns, several towns, that had done a professional analysis of the cost effect of these types of improvements in a town. And he indicated quite clearly that there's a net positive impact, which means you get more than you lay out. That's something that's been absence of any of the discussions, I believe, that's been had before that meeting that I've heard from this board, or my understanding is on social media. Granted, I'm not on social media, I'm just getting information third hand. But that's my understanding. and as far as, and he had, and basically, I guess he's presented the data supporting that, which technically I read, but I can't understand. But in any event, the information, the factual information we have before this town is now that the net impact on these types of developments, A, will not be significant, it will be positive, and 2, will be not significant in terms of school enrollments. And then in looking at that, I was struck for the first time, I was trying to understand what I could see that really supported that. And then I looked at East Main Street. That's the property, the 40B project at 274 East Main Street, immediately abutting us. And through Paul, he checked with the school department, and we learned that there are 29 students in that development. That development has 188 units. That means that basically only 15.42% of the population is using that, is schools age student. And interestingly enough, if you apply that to the taxes that they pay of $589,000, that comes out to $20,310 per student. It's been reported here that the student population, the students cost $17,000 to $18,000. I've been informed. Someone mentioned to me that we get taxes of approximately $5,000. So basically, relative to East Main Street, the town is making a profit of close to $8,000 per student. Is that the end all? Is that going to be for everything? I can't tell you it is. But I'm just saying, that replicates what this other surveys show. That's the evidence we have. We have fear, we have a concern, we have this desire not to increase taxes, but we don't have evidence. This is evidence to support the position that, of all those concerns we have, the type of buildings that we're going to anticipate in this type of transaction is not going to have a significant impact on the school population, and in fact, chances are will be net positive to the town. That's new. I don't know how it's being communicated to the rest of the town, but it's certainly news to me as of last week. So, and basically we've been under this umbrella of it never can happen, it shouldn't happen, it's going to be devastating to the town, which apparently there's no real evidence to do that from what I could see. What about the town itself? I heard as early as last week, well, we're concerned that there's going to be a water shortage. We don't have enough water to be able to sustain this type of development. It's my understanding in talking to people on the Water and Sewer Commission, that's not the case, and perhaps there's somebody here who could confirm that. But that's another element that was scaring everybody, and that was thrown out all along in saying we can't do this because we don't have the water supply. Granted, we don't have the greatest water, but we have water supply.
I was going to say, making a comment about the waters.
I didn't go there, but we have the water. Schools, as reported, schools have been declining. In the last 10 years, it's down. In the last 20 years, it's down 836. In the last 10 years, it's down 223 students. It's a declining population. So that, will increasing it necessarily increase more taxes, make it more expensive? Probably. But we have a declining population. The town itself is fairly stable, but over the last few years, basically the town population from 2019 to 2023, 4 years, decreased by 802 people. What does that mean? We have a declining population, we have a declining student population. The library has previously been sort of decertified and still runs for funding every year. There's a threat every year of the teachers' layoffs, the fire station closing. And then we find out we lost a nationally recognized supermarket. And then we lost the Leonard Street property. That's a key location. The corner of Leonard Street and 123 was geared for the last 7 years to be a retail property. And that's because that's a major location. And the fact that we had a significant developer unable to find any retailer willing to come into this town, any significant retail, and ended up forcing this board to let that obligation go and instead put in a warehouse. They denied it, went up to the courts, came back down. They were allowed to do it. So what am I saying? I mentioned this before. In my former life, I was a commercial real estate attorney. As part of my career, I was the vice president and senior real estate counsel for a national retail chain. From my perspective, other than donut shops, pizza parlors, gas stations, and maybe some fitness places, national retail tenants do not look to go into towns with these type of issues. And so we're trying to shut off new development, residential development. Residential development is the key to attracting these other retailers, and it doesn't make any sense. So we have an opportunity to actually enhance the town and bring in more people that would attract.
Is when I left the meeting. Warren Siegel.
Just a reminder that everybody choose check that your devices are muted when you're not ready to speak. Thank you.
Oops.
We have in this town sitting on 2 former commercial properties with major disrepair. One is the Reed Barton building, which is a different story, and the other one is the Tweed building. In addition to that, we have buildings along Mansfield Avenue and Norton Glen that are 50 to 60 years old. And so, rather than taking an opportunity and going along with as onerous as people might think that might be with the state requirement, we're trying to just stick a finger in their ear and say, not here. But why? Well, why? Understand the main difference between what we have now in terms of commercially zoned areas is the requirement of a special permit. All this does is take away that responsibility, that obligation. And what does that obligation mean for us? I call upon the board and ask, what's the percentage of cases that you've denied that have gone to litigation that have supported your denial? And I would venture to say you'd have to scratch your head to find any. So basically, we have a special permit process that yeah, it sounds nice every time the town manager comes up and says, we got to support this property, don't worry, it's a special permit, they'll protect us. And these guys try to do that. But my guess is our experience with the state and the courts is probably replicated what's happening to other towns. So we're giving up something that really isn't worth that much in terms of its real practical solution. So, having said that, let me just take a look, because nobody else has, and I don't think there's anybody here from any locations. But let's look at some of the other locations that we're talking about. Norton Glen, 25 acres, 1 owner. It's a Section 8, which requires, well, first of all, the property is, I believe, 50 to 60 years old. If you're familiar with it, it's all rental property, and it's a bunch of individual properties located on acre sites. It is a Section 8, which expires, the obligations expire in 2033. It is 100% affordable, which means all of their properties are counted to the affordable qualifications needed for us to meet for the state to keep away what are called 40B housing. 40B housing is a state mandated process allowing for affordable housing, where it lets the developer develop a property and they have to designate a certain percentage of those units, not all of them, I think it's anywhere from 10 to 25%, as being affordable. So with that, they get a huge amount of waivers. And basically, anybody opposing those waivers has to go up through their agency, and most times they're just denied. We spent a lot of time in Redmill Village opposing the property at 274 East Main Street. And the number of waivers that they were able to secure was just amazing. So with this Section 8 being removed, we're probably close, I think someone mentioned, we're close to having satisfied the 40B requirements at this point. That's adding 100% back, that's 150 units back in. So whether that happens in 2023, or I just heard noises that the federal government was cutting back on Section 8 funding, maybe that happens even before then. But what happens then? They've got old properties that are 50, 60 years old that can't really generate a lot of revenue. They could sit on it. It'll be a non-conforming use. Good luck with what they can do with it. But they're going to tear it down. Now, if I were them, and now I have 100% less 40B satisfaction, I would put a 40B project there. So we have the option of basically designating that property as an MBTA property, which, as he said before, as they pointed out, is limited in scope, is limited in size, 3 stories, and we have some control over, as opposed to a 40B project. By way of example, the project that just went in next to what used to be the Roach Plaza on Main Street is it's 100 units on 4.52 acres, the equivalent of 22 units per acre. In addition to which, it's in a zone that allows for 3-story units. It built 5 stories. So what we're looking at in terms of Norton Glen is the prospect of a 40B housing going there, as opposed to something we can control. It's something that's going to happen and something that should happen. I mean, it's as you can see with several of these, they've selected properties at the edge of our town to supposedly not having much visible impact on them. But regardless, they're 80-year-old, they're 60-year-old properties that should be rehabbed and should be built with. But we're not looking to them. The other one that I want to address is Mansfield Avenue. It's 32.5 acres. Now, to come up with the 50 acres, because there's so many units, it's very easy to carve those off. So if you're using Norton Glen with 25 acres, obviously at least 7 acres of that could be carved out. And just interesting to look at the configuration. There's 32 lots, 16 fourplex. And if you're looking at these properties from the bottom up, the first property on the list was that 185 East Main Street, which is the new development. It's a 40B project. Again, that was 4.5 acres with 22 units. So if you took that as 4.5 acres, its abutting property is 2.7 acres. Then from there on, there are 16 different parcels that look like they're ½ acre or less, which would constitute maybe a total of 14 acres. But those that are ½ acres or less, you're talking about units that have 4 units on them, and ½ an acre would be half of 15, would be 7, would be 6. So you're talking about, at the best, maybe adding 2 more units on those properties. 16 of them, 3 to 2 units is 32 to 48 students. But what are you doing? Again, those are all built in 1966. So what is the town looking at? And beyond that, they have a slew of properties contingent going forward. They could take a look at any of those and par back. They don't need the 32 acres, so they can limit those to 25 acres, maybe add a few more. As an alternative, they can look at East Main Street, which is 14.5, and so between just those fourplex units and the other 2 units themselves, you come up with 28 units, which together with Glenville would satisfy the requirement.
Sorry, I don't mean to put a time limit on you. Do you have
I'm almost done.
Okay.
Sorry. I hope I speak for more than myself at this point, so maybe I'm asking for a little more grace.
No, go to your done.
That's fine. No, I was just wondering.
Misinformation still circulates, and I suggest it motivates the call to kill or at least neuter this program. it's kind of sad. I think this community and this board has a duty to educate and make more decisions based not on misinformation. As I said, I came to this process late, and I've been involved with it maybe a month. But to my astonishment, within that month, the first meeting I attended, somebody in the audience got up and literally called somebody on this board a liar. Within the next week, there was a speaker invited to speak, and they were, I would characterize as attacked for using the word "we," inappropriately attributing the saying to some nefarious connection with the state. Since that meeting, I was advised there was some social media contact that talked about another member of our boards as sneaky, which appears to be a projection on that writer's part, who goes then on to allude that the MBTA programs are providing illegal housing, after a member of this board clearly indicated it had been debunked, that position, despite his frustration in not being able to do so, not being able to indicate it was a problem. In addition, that same writer kept on, as has been repeated several times, saying we're looking at 750 new residential units, which is not the case. Out of respect for this town and its residents, could we please attempt to have a fair, informed, and honest discussion without the vitriol and name-calling? This board clearly has a difficult decision, but the question becomes, should it be based on misinformation, or rather see if it has its obligation to inform the public of the facts and the proposed reasonable, workable solution that truly is in the best interest of this town. Thank you.
Or if you don't mind, I was just going to ask, I don't mean to ask you to speak on behalf of Red Mill Village. There's many people here who can speak on their own behalf if they like, but in terms of, took down notes here as you were speaking. One of the questions that I think some people may be asking, I think you've talked about it with Paul and it's been back and forth, but in terms of, I had said in the presentation that, and Paul, you can just provide clarification here in terms of the state requirement says that the overlay cannot be limited to 55 and over. Obviously, Red Mill Village currently does have an age restriction. So the difference being that the overlay would not, but as it currently sits, the properties that are under the condo association, and I've used the wrong word, apologies, those are subject to the condo docs, and those do have the age restrictions, so those are judged separately.
That's correct, and as I said, those are subject to a vote of the association to modify those restrictions.
Yes. And in terms of the delineation of Red Mill Knowledge and Red Mill Crossing, I think that is something that, as you spoke last week, and as I think we'll continue to speak today, I think there's concern about Red Mill Crossing more than potentially Red Mill Village proper in some cases.
I would say,
Is that fair?
with the introduction of Red Mill Crossing, our duty of disclosure gets magnified significantly. I'm not saying the other one doesn't, it's not important, but I say with that inclusion, our duty and its impact on us increases significantly.
From a board perspective, I'm not asking for a formal vote at this point, but in general, do the members feel like we would lean towards excluding Red Mill Crossing if this parcel were to be selected?
Yes.
Is that general?
If Red Mill proper meets the requirements, then I'm fine with excluding any other parcel.
My proposal was specifically Red Mill Village and East Main Apartments, so, I never even mentioned Red Mill Crossing. I'm not sure how that came in the conversation.
Yeah. So I think you've seen from pretty much head nods from everyone on the board that, as is before, we're not looking actively to include Kelly's in that property necessarily.
Okay.
I think we should avoid it. I mean, I think
Yeah.
we should.
So regardless of whether they were noticed correctly, regardless of how it was initially voted, I think tonight, the board is going to vote, and we're saying that we're in all likelihood not going to include that those parcels.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I won't ask you to speak for everybody in Red Mill Village, because that's impossible.
That's true.
But obviously you do talk to your neighbors. Do you feel like the people in Red Mill Village understand what we're talking about? Do you think that they understand the plan? Do you think that they don't care? Do you think that they hate it? Do you think that they're going to show up to town meeting as an angry mob, or somewhere in that continuum?
Let me just say this. I've lived in Red Mill Village for 20 years, and I've never seen this kind of outpouring at any event other than not even our annual meetings. And I applaud them for talking with their feet. So to suggest that they don't care. And I would, if you're asking me, I can't speak for them, but I think they care, not necessarily for Red Mill Village, but for this town. We've got people here that are on boards, that work with the town, that work at senior citizen, the senior center, that have a real feel for this town. And we're not sitting here saying, not my backyard. I think from my perspective, it's more this board and this town. Do we just sit there listening to misinformation and say, everybody's upset about it, therefore we can't do this because it's gonna hurt us? Or do we take a stand and say, we've got to understand this? And I think that's, from my perspective, what motivates me, more so than, especially if you're taking out Red Mill Crossing, and I agree, that certainly would blow this up for us. But by and of itself, it sits there and it is still a problem, because we do have the ability to do away with that. And as I said before, given the status of this country with regard to Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid, in 10 years, what those programs are going to look like, and how that change might affect the value of our property, whether or not we then want to look to change it. I think the town ought to be concerned, because without putting a shovel in, you're going to add 152 units. And I'm not saying that, but that's a reality. But we're concerned in having to explain that to people coming from out of town. It's still a problem. And all I'm saying is, there's so many rich things this town can do to take the opportunity that's there to improve the town and improve those sites that are desperate for improvement. To just say, we want to stick it in the ear of the state because they're asking us to do something. But what they're asking to do doesn't really impact us. We're giving up we're giving up a special permit. Tra-la, tell me when that's been impacted. It hasn't been. And to do that, they want to just let's throw it away. And I think for me, that's more important than the specifics of Red Mill Village, yes or no. Would these people come out? The question you should ask is, would these people come out to support another project? Speak for myself, I would. I can't speak for the rest of them. But I suggest, I've never seen this kind of outpouring. And I suggest it's not just because it's not in my backyard, it's because of concern for this town.
Thank you. I would like us to do your publicity for the next annual meeting of the Red Mill Village Board. And,
No thanks.
Any questions?
what is your?
Okay. Now, I just want to make sure I understand. So you're maintaining that if this did get built in Norton,
Microphone.
okay,
You're maintaining, just make sure I understand, that if this got built in Norton, there really is no financial burden on our water systems, our budgets, our schools, anything. You went right down the list.
No, I'm saying there's evidence, and there's probably someone here from the water department that will confirm, one, it's not impacting the water department. We've gotten evidence that it's going to have no financial impact. I can't say that, nor can you say that it's not going to have impact on us. I can't say it can't have impact on you. But the evidence you have in front of you that's been presented calls out something different than you've been arguing. And there's a reality that somebody's got to get their hands around.
Okay. Which evidence are you referring to?
The evidence proposed by Chapa.
I think he's referring to the report from Mansfield and the other towns that we received.
And you feel those towns are very similar to Norton?
I didn't say they were. I said,
Fair enough. I just wanted to clarify that.
They may be. I'm not sure they're all not. Mansfield maybe not, but they've undertaken that process. And from my perspective, when I looked at the town, a comparable location in town, I found that to be true. $20,000 versus $12,000. That's what we're getting from East Main Street. And that's contrary to what everybody else has been saying.
I think we do have studies that on paper show that there is a potential net tax increase to the town. Those are studies and they're on paper. They're still worth looking at, but we also take in other pieces of evidence from the finance committee, from the water department, from the school department, and all of those things. So there's definitely more than one data point to consider at any one point. So,
Correct, and my own sources, I did speak to people on other boards, you know. I don't want to sit here and get in a long argument with you, but I do not agree with you that this does not have impact. As a matter of fact, notice you're very concerned about it landing on Red Mill Village, so you are concerned about impact.
I'm concerned about impact on this town. The impact is a negative impact in terms of not doing what the town needs.
Do you think it's bad for this town if they avoided having to build anything to help the state out?
Well, I think it's what?
I don't want to get into a cross-examination.
I get to speak.
No. I don't want to get into a cross-examination here, Rob, so.
Do you feel that though?
I'm not sure
want
what
to
you're
check.
saying.
So you feel that it would be better for Norton to get this bill?
I'm feeling it's an opportunity to encourage development where it should be developed at very little or practically
Okay.
positive impact to the town. That's what I'm saying.
But your goal then is, yes, we should build this because it'll benefit our town.
We should, okay.
It's a yes or no question, sir.
Rob, no. In the future, we'll do questions through the chair now, thank you. Is there anybody else in the room from a noticed property owner or a butter who'd like to speak? And I do see a hand in the back, sir, if you'd like to come up. And also do it another, sir, if you want to, and I'll just say again, if you're on the Zoom meeting, you'd like to speak, the react function may look like a heart at the bottom of your screen. If you'd like to raise your hand, please go ahead, and I'll try and go back and forth between in-person and virtual as best we can here.
Excuse me, good evening. My name is Howard Wensley, 3 Flint Lane, Norton, resident of Red Mill Village.
Thank you, sir.
And I've been a resident there now for 9 years. My concern at this particular point, as noted by Orrin, is not so much as what we can't do, but what we can do. I've got a very real concern that this board is looking to thwart the intent of this law, to say, or do everything they can so that these additional units cannot be built. I think that is very wrong. There is need for housing. We had a speaker at the last meeting who indicated that she was from Norton and was still living with her parents because she was unable to afford to live anywhere else. Affordable housing is necessary. It's needed. We can't stick our heads in the sand and say it's not necessary. I was a little bit concerned that at the last meeting we kept hearing, and it's been resolved today, but Red Mill Crossing was not involved. Tonight all of a sudden, yeah, well maybe it was, maybe we made a mistake. But I see you making a lot of mistakes here. You have Red Mill Village as 51 point something acres. 18.2 of those acres is restricted land, conservation land. I heard at the last meeting, well, we can move those acres someplace else. Where are you going to move the endangered species turtles that are on that land? I don't think you're going to be able to move them anyplace else. They're not going to move. And we're spending about $10,000 every 3 or 4 years to take care of them because of our commitment to the environment. I also want to reiterate that I've got concerns that you did not give further consideration to Norton Glen. Again, you have your head in the sand. You have the opportunity here to look at future development, which is going to happen, no question about it, in 8 years, when the rent restriction of that property disappears. is currently owned by Wingate Development. Wingate Development is a for-profit company, a national real estate development company. When the 8 years are up, they're not going to sit back with that valuable piece of property and say, we're not going to do anything with it. This is your opportunity right now to control the development on those 25 acres, and you're giving up that opportunity. I think that's a very big mistake. I also think, unfortunately, Red Mill Village was caught with our pants down, so to speak, in this particular issue, because we did not fully understand what the process was and what was going on, and did not get involved sooner in this process. Because I can guarantee you, had we understood what was going on, we would have seen these numbers at your earlier meetings. And again, I do not believe, at least coming from where I'm talking about, it's a NIMBY situation. Because, in my opinion, the bottom line effect on Red Mills is going to be minimal. But that's not what the issue is. The issue here is not providing housing for people that need it. And I think, again, that this board and the other boards that may endorse this proposal are not where they should be. They're not providing the opportunity for people to come and live in Norton, but for some reason maybe people don't want to live in Norton. Maybe that's why the population is declining. And I think that you have to look at that. Why is the population declining, and what you can do to increase it along with the property tax base, which needs to be increased. Thank you.
And I'll just add that, to the point about the other properties, that's what the board is going to do this evening. We have not voted on what properties are going to move forward to what we submit to town meeting. That's what we're going to do after we close the public hearing tonight. So the Glen and those other properties we highlighted, those are all still up for discussion by this board tonight. Paul, did you want to just restate kind of the process behind the restricted land? That's in terms of, but essentially the net impact is that no, you can't build on restricted land, and we know the turtles aren't going to get out of the way, but the model that the state developed, which I've at points lovingly called the spreadsheet of doom, allows for the density to be on the other areas transferred, basically.
Theoretically. And again, this law does not supersede environmental regulations, and you can't get any more strict than a conservation restriction, so that'll always remain intact as long as that conservation restriction's there and the wetlands are there and the environmentally sensitive lands are there.
If I could just,
Did you have a follow-up, sir?
Yeah, if I could. One of your slides, I'm sorry. One of your slides stated that the land must consider excluded land.
Yeah.
And what I'm hearing now is, well, maybe you can.
It must consider it. It doesn't. The state wrote it, so it makes no sense.
Well, I understand that, but that's what's in there.
Yes.
And my reading is it must consider excluded land. Excluded land is at 18.2 acres. It
Yes.
doesn't say you can move it someplace else.
Correct.
Yeah, and that's why we run everything through the regional planning agency to make sure that our T's are crossed and our I's are dotted from that perspective. And I think as Warren mentioned, the state is the final rule, not SERPED, but the state law basically requires that we go through SERPED to run the compliance model, and from there, they'll be given the final approval from the state. I see another hand in the back there, sir, if you wanted to.
Good evening, and I wanted to thank you guys for your willingness to serve on this planning board. I trust that at times it's not an easy task.
If you could just say your name and address for the record, please, sir. Sorry.
My name is Frank Sinatra. No, my name is Gerard Cates, and I live at Red Mill Village.
Thank you.
And I've 34 years in Attleboro, and I've now 3 years in Norton. And so Attleboro has the a board. I'm not familiar with town meeting and boards like this, so. But I rise here today to make a proposal of cooperation. I'm a member of, I live at Red Mill Village. And I want you to know that we're very friendly, cooperative, and very generous people. Let me just say that I suspect this board is very accustomed to receiving resistance to your proposals that might be characterized as not in my backyard, and it's been mentioned already. But that's not why we're here today. I submit that the large number of people attending from Red Mill Village are here not for that reason. We're here because we're baffled by a proposal put forward by your committee or by your board to place Red Mill Village pretty much as a placeholder. Not to someday potentially increase the supply of housing, but for the sole purpose to make it appear that Norton has complied with the state mandate. I mean, I heard someone say that the other night, and they actually admitted that on this board.
And I will say that that is not unique to Norton. Foxborough famously put the overlay district over Gillette Stadium, which is
Okay, but
yes.
you know, if a person jumps off a bridge, you don't have to jump as well. And so we're baffled really by that. As some of your board members, as I've just said, have publicly admitted that they expect and actually hope that the land will never be developed for state intended purposes. So in preparing for this meeting, I'm aware that this board put forward another property in the past, and I have now become aware that the town meeting, of course, turned that down. And you should know full well that because of the negative response from Red Mill, not because it's not in my backyard, but because it just doesn't seem to make any sense, that because of the negative response from Red Mill Village and our willingness to take action, we could attend the next town meeting and possibly vote down any proposal that would include Red Mill Village.
That is certainly a possibility, yes.
So given our preference to support the future well-being of this town, and I say that sincerely, that we really do care for the well-being of this town, I propose that the board put forward a reasonable and workable solution to satisfy the state and at the same time actually provide additional housing. Isn't that the whole purpose? If that is done, now I can't speak for everyone at Red Mill Village, but I pledge to work in concert with my Red Mill Village neighbors to attend town meeting and help you approve any proposal you put forth that is reasonable and workable. We, Red Mill Village, is a group of 100 Norton voters. We can be a force.
More than that.
Well, I'm saying 100, it's 152, but maybe I don't all attend.
You're underselling yourself, sir.
Well, I was in sales, and never overpromise. So really, I do pledge, I really know my neighbors, and they're very generous and caring people. We are 100 or maybe 150 plus voters. We are a force that can help you. Use us. Don't abuse us. Thank you.
Additional comments from the room. I don't see anybody else from Zoom. I see two people there. Whichever one of you'd like to come up first, or whoever wants to wait in line. I've got one and I know who's next, so somebody in the Red Sox hat is much happier after the past week and a half than they were after the first week of the season.
Good evening. My name is Hans Heinzen, and I live at 6 Danforth Lane in Red Mill Village. I just want to relay a short story, which for me really brings home this issue. that we're trying to communicate tonight. My wife and I volunteer at the food pantry, Norton Food Pantry over at the Senior Center. And Monday was our distribution day. And there was a gentleman that I was helping at the food pantry who came in and he had a big raincoat on and had a dozen plastic bags. And I asked him why he had all these plastic bags. He said, well, I don't want my food to get wet. And I said, well, you know, we'll take it to the car and, you know, and help you with it. And he said, well, I don't have a car. I said, so where do you live? Now, remember, the Senior Center is over on Mansfield Avenue. This gentleman lives by the golf course, okay, on Oak Street. It must be 5 miles, okay, to get there. This gentleman walks from his home to the pantry to get food every 2 weeks, and then had a hand cart to put the food on a hand cart, to go on streets that have no sidewalks, okay, back to his home. I could not live with this. I said to him, don't worry, I'm going to take you home. And I took him home. But 2 weeks from now, he has the same problem. And the issue is, he can barely afford the rent that he has in his house. He took a lady into his house who has MS because she was basically going to be homeless, and he didn't want her to be homeless. So I think people are blind, but they don't think that this community doesn't need help in areas of housing and just livability. So I urge you to think a little bit beyond selfish interest of my own taxes, my own this, my own that, and think a little bit more about your neighbor and what you can do to help your neighbor. Because we think we're a Christian nation, but increasingly as I look around this country, I don't see a lot of Christian behavior. So I urge you to please consider the needs of people and not perhaps your own selfish needs. Thank you.
I know we have another person over there on the left there. Sorry. My left, your right.
I'm really a Patriots fan. I just wore for $1 hot dog down at Alberto Friday. My name is Fred Williams. I've lived in Norton, same house, 17 Kensington Road, and for 54 years, October 10th. So I've seen ups and downs and all that. My biggest thing, and I sort of let this whole thing escape me until tonight, is Red Mill Crossing the proposed new? No, that's already in existence. Oh, okay.
So the
I know
delineation is
that
that.
East Mansfield, that's the condos or apartment building. And we have Red Mill Village, 55 and over, or 50 and over now. They want to take William Street and go up that, all those buildings are there already? The way the map looked.
So just the delineation between Red Mill Crossing is essentially think Kelly's Place.
Oh, that's right, that's Kelly's place.
Right. So those parcels are the differentiation between Red Mill Village and Red Mill Crossing.
Oh, okay.
What we're proposing here is nothing to do with any proposed development that you have seen at the rodeo property or anything else.
Oh, okay.
It's completely separate.
I was trying to get it figured out what you were actually talking about. You know, the location. I thought it was a separate location.
No.
The access to it was that way.
No. Paul, if you want to pull up the map again, just to an inside 16. So what the state requirement is to put together an overlay district. So basically pick areas in town where a developer could put multifamily properties if they bought a property, if they bought the property and wanted to develop it that way.
Okay.
These are the properties that we noticed for the bylaw to go to town meeting. So is there any change to the zoning map or the zoning rules? It needs to go through town meeting. So all the rodeo property or any other properties that you've seen proposed, That's through the state 40B program. When towns are under the state regulation of 10% of their units being affordable by the state programs, that's when essentially a 40B development comes in, all horns ablazing and plows through any roadblocks it finds.
We've been up and down out of Newland Street, so I understand completely.
Yeah,
Thank you.
but that's not what we're talking about here.
Right.
Could you tell us how many people are on the Zoom call?
Let me see, right now there are 25 participants, but you take away probably half of the people up here behind the desk here, just so I can see if anybody's raising their hand. So I'll say high teens, low 20s. Please.
Good evening, everybody. I am not a Norton resident, but I am Norton Housing's Authority Executive Director. I've been the Executive Director there for 4 years. I've been following this with the planning, yes.
Can I ask you to say your name, please?
Yes, sorry. It's Missy Salisbury. So with this plan, I definitely agree there is a lot of affordable housing that is needed around Massachusetts, period. We deal with over 20,000 applicants that are homeless or just even struggling to make needs. And we deal with these people every day. So going just on the side of that, the MBTA, if this isn't approved, what happens is we can lose a lot of funding of anything that comes into the town of Norton. Anything that helps the Norton Housing Authority, of any grants, etc., that we can get through the state. My little selection of the property is definitely Norton Glen. Like you said, it's a very old property. That is a great place to add more affordable housing. And then also Mansfield Avenue, I think is a great area. You can put businesses on top of and properties and so forth. So that's just my little intake on this. Like I said, I am not a Norton resident, but I've been here for going on 11 years in working in Norton and seeing what is out there and what people need. So that's just my little take on it. Thank you.
That seems like a good segue here. Anybody else who'd like to speak? I know my prior points have been kind of targeted at property owners or abutting neighbors. If anybody else wanted to speak this evening, please raise your hand in the room, or if you'd like to use the react function on the Zoom meeting. I'm going to ramble here for another 20 seconds or so if somebody's looking to find the note in the Zoom here. Not seeing any hands go up in the room or in the Zoom. So I'll come around back. One second, Oren. I'll come back to the board for additional comments or questions here. Obviously, this evening we are moving toward closing the public hearing on this and taking a vote. Are there additional comments, questions that we have before we move toward that point? Rob, did you?
Yeah.
If you want to just get close to the...
Let's see, because if you guys want to blame someone for this idea, blame me. I was the one that proposed it. The thinking behind it was 100% not to take any additional burden on Norton. I have gotten, we were talking about people getting reamed in social media. I'm one of them, obviously. But the thinking I had there was not so much the seniors in Red Mill Village. You guys are like me, I've made good money. If our expenses, our taxes, if things go up in Norton, I don't really care. I can live with it. I actually voted yes for the override. I was okay with that increase. So it doesn't really hurt me. We do have people here in this town, though, that cannot afford that. We have seniors here on very meager fixed incomes. This group here, I think Red Mill Village is predominantly people who have done well for themselves and have some comfort. Okay, well, I said predominantly, so. Okay, but what I'm saying is there are people in this town that cannot afford these types of increases.
Excuse me.
I'm gonna, let's let him finish his comments and I will definitely recognize you following, please.
Okay. There are people in this town that it would be a hardship if the cost of living in Norton goes up at all. We heard from them all last summer. I get vilified by them for my attitude toward the override, but there is a group of people out there that will feel this a lot. And I would just urge you, I think there was some talk about considering the needs of others. I would urge you guys to consider those needs too. There's a whole contingent out there in Norton that's maybe being right.
So,
Go ahead.
Rob, I did want to, if you just state your name and address for the record.
My name
please.
is Joyce Kaufman. I live at 30 Williams Road in Red Mill. I've been a widow for a long time. I was 48. My husband was 51 when he passed away.
I'm sorry for your
I'm a
loss.
retired school teacher. I live on my pension because I could never, because I have a pension, I could never get Social Security from my husband. Now, I may be able to. Of course, I tried to file and had to give my his information and my information. They wrote down my place of birth as Brockton, Plymouth, instead of Brockton, Massachusetts. So when I got the information in the mail, they said that my Joyce Kaufman, former name Joyce Lieberman, I am not a citizen. Because you do understand, Brockton, Plymouth, there is a Plymouth, England. So I had to go to Social Security and have them change that because they didn't consider Brockton, Massachusetts a place. I guess they didn't consider me a citizen.
I
So
hate
that's now
paperwork.
all right, so I am living on a teacher's pension at Red Mill. So please do not assume that everybody that lives there, don't say, I am just like you. Everybody is different. Everybody is an individual. Everybody has their own financial that they're living on.
I will
So please do
apologize.
not make any blanket statements.
I would apologize for that. For what you're saying.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. She's done. She's
So-
not done. Let her finish.
My blood is boiling right now.
Okay.
People that like you, that make that statement, I'm sorry. There are a lot of people that think that way. You're incorrect, very incorrect, and very rude.
So, I'll apologize if I mistook. I was advised that Redmond Village was an upscale community and that people were doing okay there. If that's not true for some of you, I apologize for the
generalization.
Yeah, the generalization. However, what you've done is defined yourself as exactly the type of person that I'm trying to help by preventing this from getting built into Norton. Because I'm trying to keep people that are on a tight, fixed budget from having to add to that. That is really what I'm up to here, folks.
So.
I did.
I think
For our schools.
the members of the finance committee at the podium, you want to have them speak. Right. I was gonna go to the member of the finance committee. Yeah. If you want to just state your name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, Gavin Cabbage, 64 Freeman Street. I also volunteer on the finance committee, but of course my views here are my own. First thing I wanted to say is regardless of the generalization being correct or incorrect, the argument doesn't hold any water. The purpose of this law is to decrease the cost of living, which is primarily driven by the cost of housing, decrease the cost of living in this state and in this town, because we seem to forget Norton is part of the state sometimes. So I don't understand that argument by the board member. Your cost of living should go down if we build a ton of housing. So if you double the housing in Norton, which nobody wants, it'll actually be cheaper. So I don't understand that. But the other thing, the reason I originally wanted to come up here is I wanted to reiterate what Mr. Siegel said. I've been involved is maybe not the right word, following this for years. I've only lived in Norton for 3 years, but even before I moved here. I was following this law because public transportation and public housing, or excuse me, housing in general, are really important to me. My age group struggles to find housing in the state and afford housing. I'm 33 to give some context. So what is my point here? I didn't see much actual data throughout those years, certainly no data from anybody in this town. And the first time we saw some data, like Mr. Siegel said, was last week when the gentleman from Chapa brought some studies to our attention. Now, of course, those are on paper, they're theoretical, and board members will point out that Mansfield, which was brought up because it's right next door, is actually in a very different situation. They've got MBTA actually in the town, so their requirements around this law are actually very different. But Mansfield is not the only town that's done a fiscal impact analysis. Another town that's more like Norton is Medfield. They're also showing a positive impact in their analysis of, I think, $800,000. Medfield's only got 13,000 people, but they're also an adjacent community like us. They have MBTA next door, so their requirements are very similar to ours. Positive impact. That's just one example, and as the chair said, those analyses are not the end-all, be-all. They're theoretical. But what I would say is I would challenge board members here tonight and also members of the select board who continue to reiterate and repeat this idea that this would be costly to the town. I would ask them to show your work, because the only data I have seen has been in support of this law. The only town I could find that their analysis showed anything negative was Weston, and that was in one small case, and Weston is nothing like Norton. So, to say the least, they could probably do with some fiscal impact. But anyway, I guess I made my point. I'd ask the members of this board and the members of the select board to please show your work. If you've talked to people, if you have some numbers, show them to us. Show me what the impact is and explain to me how you can say so confidently over and over and over that this will have a negative fiscal impact on the town. Finance Committee will be reviewing what's voted on next week on Monday, I believe. So maybe between now and then, do your math, come to the Finance Committee meeting, present your findings, and tell me why this is such a bad idea. Thank you.
If anybody in the room would like to come to the podium, I do see a hand raised in the Zoom meeting, so I'll go to them next, but if anybody wants to queue up, please feel free. The name I see raised in the Zoom meeting is Val. If you just wanted to unmute and state your name and address, please. Camera is optional, your call.
That's me. I'm kind of in the dark. Hi, Val Pearl, 50 Mansfield Avenue. I think Gavin actually covered it. What I wanted to request is that this idea that this is going to harm the town, regardless of the studies that have been done, regardless of the evidence that's been presented in multiple meetings now, I would really love to understand why this is being talked about as if it's going to harm people, especially when, to my mind, going off of what Orrin has said and other folks have said, redeveloping somewhere like Norton Glen in the future, once the current agreements expire with Norton Glen, would be better for the town overall. I would really love to understand. I know people think that, you know, some people don't like 40B, which isn't even necessarily a part of this law. Some people don't like multifamily housing because they think it's a bad thing, even though it's been proven over and over again in studies that I would be happy to share, that multifamily does not bring more crime or higher costs for your public safety. And then in the case of, for example, 174, whatever, East Main Street, that you're actually gaining, we are getting more money from each of those kids that go to our schools than they actually cost us. All of those things have been stated over and over, and I would really love to see the evidence, hear the evidence, have it shown on a screen, whatever, of what exactly about this, aside from multifamily housing is spooky and I don't like it. Where's the evidence that it's actually going to hurt people, please?
Thank you, Any further public comments from in the room or on the Zoom meeting? And again, I'll ramble here for a second if anybody wants to come up on the Zoom. And I do see, sorry, what?
Maureen. She's trying to get your attention. I don't think she knows how to work the function. Can you show her this
options? Yeah. And If you're, Maureen, I see you in the Zoom meeting. I'll get to you in just a second.
Maureen is raising her
Yeah.
hand, but I don't know if she thinks she knows how to put that.
Well, it's not, hang on.
We'll just let her go, 'cause she's on.
Can you hear me?
Can we just let her go, 'cause she's on?
Yeah, let her go.
Yeah.
Maureen, you can go ahead.
I don't see the hand raising function right now on this Zoom thing, so.
You can go ahead and speak. Go for it.
I just want to reiterate what Warren Siegel said. And I think being president of a 283 East Main Street where we have 40 homeowners, there is a lack of understanding about why this was being done and what the impact could be. And I think most of what you showed tonight helped with that. But to take this with a recommendation to the town meeting, when it's clear to me that the majority of the town residents are not clear on, they know about the MBTA law because it's been all over the press. But to understand why you're considering this overlay and where you're proposing it, I think to ask the town meeting to vote would be totally inappropriate and irresponsible at this time. I think more information, detailed information, as you presented tonight, and answering some of the questions that a couple of the previous speakers have raised would be beneficial to be shared prior to the vote at any town meeting.
Thank you. And in the room here, sir.
Mark Sweeney, 14 Laurel Lane. So there are your four choices right there. Listed: Mansfield Ave, Tweeve, Red Mill, and Norton Glen. The way I look at it, I'm going with Rob. A yes vote on Red Mill will turn into be an overall no effort down the road. In my opinion, no developer is going to come in and take down your townhouses. They're beautiful townhouses. I was just there just the other day just to take a look around. No developer is going to come in and take down your townhouses and put up 750 apartments. It's just not going to happen. We're trying to avoid that. In my opinion, yes, it's going to be an impact on water. It's going to be an impact on the schools. It's going to be an impact on fire safety. It's going to be an impact on traffic. We do not want that. Right now, I have the average house. I pay about $7,000 a year in taxes. Okay, it's costing every kid $18,000 to educate them. So it's a net loss. The guy from Chapa that was here a week ago, he's basically a hired gun. If you looked into Chapa, he's a hired gun. He's with a housing authority or housing group, however you want to call it, Citizens Housing. They've been around for 50 years. They are the housing gurus, or just, they want that. That's fine. That's good. That's noble. Altruism, however you want to look at it. But he's part of it. He's just a speaker for a group that's trying to bring in more housing. Norton cannot afford that. Norton doesn't have the service for that. It does not. I don't know how you're going to look at it. So you've got 100 people here, and I assume you all show up at the town meeting in the spring or whenever it is.
May 19th.
What?
May 19th.
May 19th, thank you. But you're going to have 200 or 300 people that are going to say no, right? And then if it is a no, if the vote is a no, we're going to lose the grants. So yes, if you vote for something that you're all worried about, that I won't say will never happen, but highly unlikely to happen, then we'll still get the grant. So a yes vote turns into a no effort, but a yes vote satisfies the law or the requirement, so we can still have the state grants. So I'm going to go with what Rob proposed, go with Red Mill, and have everybody vote yes for Red Mill. Nothing's going to happen, in my opinion, nothing's going to happen.
Put up a $100 million bond and we'll call it even.
I'm speaking here, sir. Thank you. I'm speaking here, sir.
And that's not the...
So when you bring your 100 people here, you better bring 200, because there's going to be a lot of people coming out, they're gonna vote against it, and then we're gonna lose all the state grants. So yes, a yes vote for Red Mill is really kind of a no vote for it to happen.
That's right.
I hope you all, because Orrin was worried about how to educate what the thought process is here. So I'm gonna vote yes for Red Mill, if it's proposed by them, I'm hoping they do. And then it'll be a no vote later on, a no happen later on. And then we will still get the state grants. It's the state grants we're looking for. We don't wanna lose those. Thank you.
It's an ongoing challenge for this board to find a proposal which makes sense to everybody in town. If we knew, we've been between a rock and a hard place for a year with this, so I'm just saying. Rob, I think you wanted to make a comment?
Orrin was up there before I.
Okay. Mr. Siegel, please.
Just a quick one.
If you could just restate your name and address to the record.
Siegel, 28 Cotting Road. I'd like to present to the board for its records a copy of the financial report for Chapel for 2024.
Yes, we do have it already, but is that from the Mansfield study or from the Medfield?
No, that's from
I
their
think
annual
he's talking
report.
about Chapel.
From the annual report, no. I think as we discussed last week at the select board meeting, CHAPA is definitely an organization that is in favor of more affordable housing in the state. So they represent a specific group with a specific agenda. The information that they also highlighted was from independent studies from Mansfield and other towns, as Mr. Cabbage and others have noted. So I like to think I'm able to decouple the data from the messenger as best as I can. So.
Hi. I have no intentions of speaking tonight, but the last speaker encouraged me to come out and respond. My name is Hilda Kupalis Nieves. I live at 38 Owen Road. I am very new to Norton. I am from New York. I am from Yonkers, the lower income area of Westchester County. And when we bought our house, which we sold for a lot of money, 30 years ago, everyone was discouraging us from buying this house in Yonkers because they were going to have subsidized houses or low-income housing or multiple, family housing. I bought it because I was born and raised in the projects, and we were good people. And these good people that were going to get housing across the street from my beautiful neighborhood were good people. They were firemen, they were policemen, they were teachers. They had mortgages, they had homes and garages now. Everybody there was a good neighbor. That's point number one. So everyone we're talking about, whether it's the people from Norton or the people we're going to have move into Norton, or those of us who come from California, New York, Florida, and are new to Norton or relative to the natives, we're all good people and we don't want to put anybody out of their homes. But if you think about the South Bronx when it burned up, if everyone had said that community cannot afford the taxes, they can't afford to rebuild, and no one had taken any interest in holding that neighborhood solid and had been like you, not creative in letting different businesses come in, we would no longer have we would just have a really dead part of the city. Much like upstate New York. Upstate New York, the Catskills, 40 years ago, dead. By 1950, no one was going there after the 60s to vacation. I went there with my husband back in 1999, 98, 97. There were empty buildings. And I know you cannot even imagine that Norton could become a dead town, but if you continue to vote for non-growth, you will become one of these towns where there are just old, poor people living in dilapidated homes and broken down buildings with absolutely no good structures and not the money to fund it, because you're not allowing new people, new development, the young people to come back. The ones who were raised and grew up in Norton. They're not gonna come back. You were born killed for farm. Now, when I bought into Red Mill, I had no intentions of living in Norton, had never heard of it before in my life. My son bought a house in Easton. I came to visit him so much that when we stopped, I retired, we said, we'll move there, because you have grandchild now, you know, like most of us do. And we did not buy in Easton because it didn't have the right atmosphere for the senior housing we were looking for. We were looking for Red Mill. Red Mill's character, their generosity, their kindness, the fact that it has people of all income, prosperity, middle class, and struggling to stay middle class or middle income, appeal to us. And they have shown it in this last year that we've been there. So yes, when I bought in Norton and at Red Mill, it wasn't just because I wanted to live in Norton. I was hoping and praying that the horrible town that I saw, because when I saw India Market and all of those empty storefronts there that none of you are really working to make better or find a buyer or a renter or retail person interested in, when I saw that, I was like, I don't have anything to do in Norton. I could just stay in my little Red Mill village. And that is what you guys are doing. The high school kids who want something exciting, they're not gonna go stay in Norton. They're gonna move out. They're gonna live 15, they'd rather live 15 people in an apartment in Boston or some other town like Easton or even Brockton where there's much more going on, then come and settle in a town where the older people who have now become you and the statements are letting it die. So please, I beg you, be creative, because it's not just Red Mill that we're trying to keep flourishing. We're trying to help you flourish a town because it means more for me. My son inherits our apartment. I'd like him to be able to get some money for it. Or I'd like him to want to live in Norton when he's 50. And gets this apartment. It shouldn't be a burden or an albatross, or he shouldn't be looking to the state to see whether they'll take it off his hands. So please be creative in your thinking. Think about keeping your town alive, vibrant, attracting, and keeping the young people that you're bringing here through Wheaton College and Stonehill students, the nurses, the firemen, all of those people that we need to come in here and work in our district should be paying taxes and living here as well, if you make it attractive. Good luck.
Thank you, ma'am. I did go to school in Dutchess County, so I do know where Yonkers is. So I'm not completely. Okay. I'll do another call for anybody who wanted to raise their hand in the Zoom meeting here. And then if anybody else wanted to speak. Rob, did you want to make an additional comment and just bring the mic down so the Zoom can hear you here?
So I just want to ask, is it 4 or 5 cities that are fighting this right now?
It's a handful. They're doing a number of different tactics, but as I've said, that's the select board is the policy-making decision of the town in that perspective. That's their call. Our job is to bring a bylaw to town meeting.
Correct. My question was going there. And what is the basis that they're fighting it over? What is their basis for fighting?
Unfunded.
They have a couple of different ones, one of which we showed on the screen is the state auditor's ruling that the bylaw is an unfunded mandate, that in theory, there's a state law on the books where if the state passes something and it puts costs on the town, then the state has to give you funding to cover those costs. Right now, the current legal argument, and I'll summarize, and Paul, you may be closer to town council on this than I am, so if I misspeak, please correct me, that the current guidance from the state auditor is that those costs under the unfunded mandate law only apply to the direct costs, so the studies and all of those things needed to actually create the bylaw, and that the auditor's ruling at this point, which is still subject to legal challenge like anything else is that the unfunded mandate doesn't cover any of the other costs that a town would and might have to accomplish.
And the auditor said it's an advisory opinion.
It's the state auditor advising in the state's best interest, for shocking, yes, but yes.
So the state auditor, is it 3, 4, 5 towns? 4?
Was 5, now 4.
Okay. So the state auditor in the 4 towns that are all saying it's going to cost them money. What you're saying is they're all wrong, that this does not cost the town money.
No. That's
That's
not,
not what
no.
I'm saying. Well, that is the basis.
That may be
they're
what they're
pushing
saying,
back,
though. That may be what they're saying.
The town's filings, I think Rentham, I'm not gonna name all of them, but they basically touted the costs that they would need, in theory, need to make to create additional wells or additional sewerage or anything like that from a potential new development are costs that they think that the state should have to pay under the unfunded mandate law. So that is as the law is written, we don't have to provide any of that. But in theory, if they try to hook up to town water and there's not supply, then we would need to figure that out. Somebody would need to figure that out. Who bears that cost that's I think the core of the unfunded mandate ruling. Ultimately, this is a state law that they've asked us to comply with. If the select board chooses to take legal action against the state, that's their prerogative, and that's why they were elected to that board.
Okay, but all of those towns are saying it will cost them money. Do you feel that they are mistaken on that? Because you were saying it doesn't cost the town money. Are they all wrong? And the state auditor too.
I don't think I ever said that it wouldn't cost money. I said that
Okay.
the studies that we were provided from Mansfield and Medfield and those studies showed that the consultants that they hired seemed to feel like the property taxes and excise taxes and all of that, based on the outlays they'd have to make for town services, would in theory result in a net increase. What that happens in practice, I don't know. Would there be additional costs? Would there be a discussion about does Norton need to find another well or turn another well on or something else? No development that is proposed we need to provide the sewer to. We've talked about Tweed. There's an old commercial sewer plant on that property, but it's not usable for residential. If somebody wants to buy that property and have it work, then that's their, for lack of a more elegant term, that's their problem. They're responsible for either hooking up to a sewer if one's available or making a giant septic tank. So that's how that would have to work. I mean, are there other costs that may not have been captured in those financial studies? Yes. I don't know what those are, but that's what those consultants, the other towns paid to look at things, or paid to look for. So I'm not sure if there's a question in that, but in terms of...
So the towns, different towns, obviously the consultants in those towns came back with a different answer than the consultants you're bringing the reports from.
Every town is different.
Yeah, correct, it is.
We don't need to get into cross-section.
So wouldn't you say this is kind of a case where the outcome of that study is going to depend on who's commissioning it?
I think the outcome of every study depends on who's commissioning it, no
Correct
matter for
answer.
what we're talking about.
Correct answer.
So I think that...
Paul,
I don't
can
think
you
that's-
refresh with the East Main Street? They put in how many new units and how many students are there and what's the net impact?
So, 274 East Main?
Yep.
It's 188 units,
How many students?
27 right now.
So that pertains to Norton, right? And the net impact is actually positive, correct?
We also don't have data on...
I'm talking from
fire,
the school
police, or
perspective, I
anything
get it,
else,
we
yeah.
don't have the number of trips, I understand that. But
Yeah.
in the small, that we're talking about the town of Norton, one of the things is schools, we talked about that development that was put in and there's a net gain.
So, additional public comments here. I think ultimately the board does want to move toward closing the public hearing and moving towards a vote here.
I do want to point out that the law is that we should be provisioning family-friendly and family-suitable housing. They are specifying families, so I think to say it's just going to be a bunch of singles, I personally don't think that computes real well.
Yeah. The law says we can't restrict it to exclude families, I think.
No, it actually said family-suitable units.
Yes, but the way that they've regulated that is that you can't restrict it to exclude children or exclude families.
I'm going by what the law said.
So I do see another hand in the Zoom meeting, and I see another hand here. If you wanted to go, I think I saw you before I saw the Zoom, so if you'd like to come up and speak again, please. And I'll just ask you to state your name and address again at the podium. If it doesn't go through the microphones in the room, it doesn't go out on the Zoom,
Got it.
so.
Missy Salisbury. Going back to, so public housing, we're state funded, 100% state funded. We hooked up to the sewer. We had to pay over $1 million to hook up to the sewer. So I'm guessing going forward with whatever developer comes in, they're gonna also have to pay for that. So, and from my understanding too, from recent studies that I've talked to people in Norton from the town, there is enough water supply to go around Norton. Thank you.
Thank you. My laundry knows better than to say anything positive about the water department in public hearing. I see Val with a hand raised in the Zoom meeting. If you just wanted to unmute and just restate your name and address for the record, please.
Still Val Cabral, still live at 50 Mansfield Avenue. Two things. One is to restate that family friendly means that you cannot restrict the property to be only 55 and over or have other restrictions like that. Technically speaking, 274 East Main Street is perfectly family friendly. We are still seeing that it is only netting us 27 students. The second thing I would like to say is there was a proposed development across the street from me that was going to put sewer on East Main Street. And a bunch of us didn't want all of that to happen and blah, blah, blah. Mansfield Avenue rather. On Mansfield Avenue, who was gonna pay for the sewer to be put in?
That was going to be the developer.
The developer. Okay, so it wasn't the town having sewer costs. It wasn't the residents on the street. It was, yes, Rob, it's hilarious. The developer would be the one who would pay those costs. So again, I ask everyone who keeps talking, Mark, Rob, anybody, about this idea that despite all of the studies, despite the impact we've seen from 274, all of that, please present actual numbers, studies, literally anything, aside from, because y'all always like to use the term scare tactics or fear mongering, that's what you're doing. If you don't present any numbers, stop saying that this is gonna hurt the town. Thank you.
So, Mr. Sweeney, were you looking to speak again? And then I see.
Now I gotta speak.
Do you there?
Mark Sweeney, 14 Laurel Lane. Yeah, the developer would put in the sewage. Do we have the capacity though at our the station down on the Taunton line down by the
My understanding is that sewer capacity is one of the things Norton does have.
we have enough capacity?
That's my understanding, but I'm not on the sewer commission, so you can take that for whatever my voice is worth.
As far as water, how often do we've had water bans? We have water ban every year, even when we've had wet summers, we've had water bans.
Everybody, he's speaking, so I'll ask you to please keep the conversation down. Thank you.
And, as Rob said, well number one, the one off of Pine Street, is pumping out bad water right now because it's not filtered. I don't know about well number 3 off of Newland Newcomb, but Pine Street well is pumping out, that's where you're getting your brown water because there's no filtration. It doesn't go through the Plain Street water treatment plants. So now you're gonna have a big draw on water. You're gonna obviously have kids coming in, okay? 750 units, that's a lot of kids. And this is how do they say it? Multi-family units. These are more geared toward young families. These aren't geared toward the 55 and older crowd. The idea of this housing is for the millennials, the younger millennials, and Gen Z.
I'll say millennials are 40 now, in case anybody didn't know that.
Okay, I'm just saying the younger ones, but, I'm not gonna say if you by now you should have had a house, that type of thing at 45 or something. That's on an individual basis. But this proposal is more geared, or this law is more geared to the younger crowd. People that do have kids. We are already almost, I don't have the exact numbers, but capacity at Salmonese and the North School. So.
You're gonna hit it.
Mr. Tillis, if on the Zoom meeting, if you'd like to mute, please, thank you.
And anywhere you bring in a new development with 750 units, you're gonna have the police and fire going there all the time, okay?
No, everybody, we're gonna let the gentleman speak. Thank
Why?
you.
Because people are there. They built East Main. There's a lot of police action at East Main, okay? Wherever you build, how often does the rescue come to your neighborhood?
A lot.
Thank you.
And we pay for it.
Okay, that's fine. We're all gonna pay. I pay for
We
it.
pay individually for the
No,
units.
sir, let's not get into crosstalk with the audience, please.
So
Through the
it's
chair.
going to hurt the town. And I can see the altruism, or we're gonna build, support this neighborhood, or support this business, that business. To be a wise guy, admit, you guys don't even support that pizza place or that sub place that's right around the corner from you. You don't do it. It's changed hands so many times.
Mr. Sweeney, let's direct it to the chair, please. Thank you. So,
Just stand, walk up.
Miss, please, I know you were looking to raise your hand previously. I don't want to get into cross-examinations and going back and forth and arguing and calling out people by name. So let's please direct comments to the chair, and then we can continue to move forward here. Please, if you'd like to state your name and address for the record, please.
Lynn Turgeon, 14 White Street in Red Mill Village. It feels like it's just one side of the fence wants to claim it's going to cost us more taxes. The other side is saying it's going to be a positive effect on the town. We can argue that all day long. Don't we have enough smart people in our finance to actually find out the fact, yes it will or no it won't? And then people can make an educated decision on how they want to vote. And if it's going to cost the town money, then maybe the select board would want to consider filing a lawsuit like some other towns have done. But instead of sitting here arguing, it's going to cost, it's not going to cost, we can figure that out and then move forward. Thank you.
And I'll say, just to that point, the select board, at our joint session last week, the finance committee and the select board each also received the same reports that we've been talking about. And they have members present here. They have had members present at pretty much every one of our meetings over the past several months. So
Our own Norton.
that's up to the finance committee to run through, but they'll ultimately make their vote on the bylaw that we submit. And their vote will be read at town meeting, as in the finance committee does or does not vote to support this article. Some of them have said, I favor this proposal. Some of them have said, I trust that what the planning board will put forward and will support the recommendation. And some people have said they probably won't support no matter what we put through. So they're pretty, yeah.
Thank you.
I gotta go.
Yeah, please.
Hi, my name is Lynn Stoller. I live at 71 Cotting Road in Red Mill Village.
Thank you.
And I'm here because somebody was just talking about the emergency vehicles and how much these new units would draw in the emergency vehicles. I'll tell you, my unit alone has practically supported the emergency vehicles because my husband was very sick and Red Mill Village is 50 and over. We have a lot of older people. I hear sirens in our neighborhood all the time. And a minimum of 6 times, the firemen have come, a minimum of 6 times, to pick my husband up off the floor. So I don't want any discussion about how the emergency vehicles and all of that, that expense is going to go up because of these other units, because that's not true. Older people use emergency vehicles more than any other demographic, I believe. But, so I just get your facts right and check the record for my unit and you'll see me there, for my husband.
Thank you.
Move the mic up. I've got a couple of questions.
Sure. If you could just state your name and address. For
My name is
please.
Frank Bryan. I live at 27 Owen Road. That's in Norton.
Thank you, sir.
I've been a resident here for 13 years. My first question is, I'm a little confused on this grant issue.
Yes.
Are you telling me that if you vote Red Mill Village in to be the location, and it goes to town meeting, and we vote it out, which we will do if that's the case, with 300 residents, husbands and wives and other people, that you'll still get the grant money?
So the mechanism for the state grants is that the state is requiring compliance by July, or they're going to swing the metaphorical big stick and say, you don't qualify for any grant program that they can put there, they can basically figure out they want to.
And how much is that grant?
That's 24 different programs, so there's no way to put a number on the overall pool of grants.
Is that grant?
In terms of, it goes everything from community housing grants to fire safety grants. It's, if you imagine every discretionary fund the state has, they're tacking on a rider that says if you're not MBTA compliant by July X, whatever, 2025, you don't qualify. It's popping up on the screen there, but the short version is, if it's a discretionary grant, the state is looking at this as a minimum requirement for consideration.
So we would lose money from the state if we don't do
If we do not
something?
approve something at town meeting, or in theory, a special town meeting if it fails in May.
Okay, which probably will do, and I think that's the objective, because the people in Red Mill Village, if I want to put my house up for sale, the real estate agency has to declare all the issues when they offer to sell a house. So they may say, well, this is zoned now for this particular overlay, and I may have trouble selling my house because of that. Is that true?
It does not change the existing zoning. So the existing zoning stays there. The overlay is just an additional option over the top that the property owner has.
But somebody
So it's still, there's nothing changes in terms of the zoning that you buy under. It's an additional option for whoever owns the property. In the Red Mill Village case, that's also the additional layer on top of that is your condo docs, which restrict what can happen to the property. So those are the layers that would protect the zoning from that perspective. Whether it's something that the real estate agent would put on the listing as the zoning is this, it also qualifies for this overlay on Zillow or Redfin or whatever listing agent you look at. And then if they do that, then yes, the real estate agent has to say what that means to the buyer.
Okay, and I'm assuming that in most cases they would be honest with the buyer and inform them of that.
In theory, somebody else could build something there if the condo association let it. But you'd be a member of the condo association if you're a member of the Red Mill Village community, so you would have a say in whatever that happens. And I would think the condo rules can change, but I think it's the perspective of some of the people who've spoken is that it's unlikely that Red Mill Village would just say, sure, put whatever you want here, which they probably wouldn't. There's probably a gray area in there, but I think that's what people are looking at and why they feel that locating the overlay at Red Mill Village is multiple layers of it's unlikely that development would happen. So that's the reasoning there.
Okay, but if we turn around and say...
If you turn around and come to town meeting and vote it down, then we would have to try and come back with something else before the deadline.
Before the deadline?
Yes.
And I would assume, I could be wrong, that we would probably vote it down because it could affect us theoretically selling our houses in the future.
The hope is that I don't want to put a burden on anybody. And the board hasn't voted on what properties we're going to put for town meeting at this point anyway. So any of the properties that we've talked about this evening are all still up for consideration. Everybody has their own opinions, everybody has their own feelings, and eventually we'll get to vote on this as a board. I like to think that an overlay like this would not have a significant material impact on what the resale on a property would be. Can I say that with certainty? No. But I'd like to think that it would not have a significant material impact given the protection that you have with the condo association.
Okay, my next question is, if we turn it down at the town meeting, does that give you time to make another assessment of another property?
My assumption is that we would probably come up with a proposal based on the properties that we have, because we've already done the homework on them.
Okay, and if that property is voted down because people in town are gonna feel that it's gonna affect our taxes, then we're gonna lose additional income.
Then the town will not be eligible for the grants that are shown on this page or anything else the state deems is worthy of this umbrella.
Okay,
Yes.
one last question. If we do approve this, is that funding, those grants, help towards the cost of building that or putting up that property?
They're not directly related, no. The state is basically saying any grant that we control, the spigot is turned off if you're not compliant.
Okay, thank
Some
you.
of the grants are tied to zoning, housing development, those types of things. So some of them could be related to this type of overlay, but they're not directly tied. The state's basically saying any grant, we don't care.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Just some info to share with people.
Let's see. I don't see any additional hands in the Zoom meeting here. Rob, if you want to make a comment, and then I'll say any other members
Just
here.
Real quick, so obviously, I'm the one that put it out there. I've had a number of people tell me that that idea too is going to get slam dunked at town meeting, that I don't stand a chance of, yes, I'm the one pushing Red Mill Village, but that I don't stand a chance of getting that through, not because of the Red Mill Village people either. It's because there's a number of people in this town, they've already decided they're going to vote no to anything we come out with. I'm trying to come up with something that we at least wouldn't lose out, that they could accept. That was my goal. You guys don't like it, if you want to vote against it, or if it doesn't go, so be it. This is self-determination. I'm not here to ram this down your throats, but I do believe it to be what is, in my heart, I believe this to be what's best for Norton, the town, and I'm desperately trying to come up with an idea other than lose our grants and get slam dunk at town meeting. That is what, I think y'all knew originally, I was recommending some lots that might get built, and I have been straightened out. So people here have told me where I can stick my plants. But I originally was trying to do this, so let's try and give the state a little and all that, and I've heard from the town and our constituents, they really don't want that. And in fact, a lot of them are as frustrated with me for coming up with this idea as you guys are, just for a different reason. They think we should just go hard no, and I shouldn't even be trying to do this. So your chances of this not going through a town meeting anyhow, if it went there, I think are pretty strong it wouldn't go through. Even if none of you guys showed up, I think you'd find the 300 people, the people he's talking about, they're going to show up and just go, and they're going to kill my idea too. I'm pretty sure that's what we're looking at. I'm just trying to head it off.
And that's why we volunteer to be on these town boards.
Can I say something?
Jim, please.
I'm just going to speak for myself from the board's position. When we first overtook this gigantic task, we tried to come up with the Great Woods plot with the thought that if it was going to be built, it would be at a certain spot. But because of what we were hearing from the townspeople, I'm not going to lie, I was in the notion of not building. But in these meetings and listening to Oren speak and to the gentleman over here speaking, even the finance committee and the CHAPA, it was the first time I've heard a different viewpoint. I work for the town, that's how I take this approach. And when people told us you're not going to get that at Great Woods, we switched. We took a bad defeat at town meeting, we walked away, we got back as a board, and we came up with different plans. But hearing those gentlemen speak, it also looked at from the counter view of if it does get built, it can also better the town. Now, do I think that all the studies have been done the way they should have been with the impact of fire, police, No, but what I can go by is what we've heard from the Norton new students from East Main Street, I'll forget the number again, but.
74.
Yeah, so there I see a gain. And when I hear other townspeople say it's our duty to look to build and develop and keep improving, those plans at the Glen and on Mansfield Ave, they are older buildings that could be revamped, and if they do decide to sell, an improvement will take place. I don't think that all of a sudden we're gonna build 700 houses and you're gonna see 600 kids, a brand new high school for what we have currently at the high school. I don't think that that's reasonable. I think that you'll see all sorts of different families, all sorts of different makeups, and I think my mind has been changed because I've heard different viewpoints from what I would call the town of Norton's people. I understand we're not going to make everybody happy. Some are going to be very mad, and if people decide to vote no on this, I don't have control of that. But I am going to say that I have changed my outlook from what I've heard, and I will look at this through that lens as well.
At the risk of repeating myself, I'll see if any other board members wanted to make any comments, or if any other public comments that we wanted to raise. Otherwise, we would move toward closing the public hearing and move towards just board deliberations, and at that point, we would not take any new input, feedback, testimony. Everybody's welcome to stay, but you're the peanut gallery, you're no longer coming up to the podium.
Make a motion to close the public hearing.
Seconded.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Is there anything else anybody wanted to say? If anybody wanted to speak prior to closing the public hearing? Okay. Please, if you could just introduce.
He's doing a really fine job. This was just a copy of my presentation.
Copy of presentation. Thank you.
And a nice job.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Okay. I'll ask if anybody is filing out of the room to please try to keep the noise down. We are still trying to do a meeting here as best we can. So we have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. I have not heard any further discussion, so now I'll go through the roll here. I'll do all in favor of the motion to close the public hearing, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Abstentions? Okay. So the public hearing is now closed. So we can have additional discussions, comments. If anybody would like to, I think the way to approach this is A, parcel selection, B, bylaw language. So we take those separately. Yes. So,
Chair, can I just make a recommendation on that?
please, Paul.
Since I think it's important to do the parcel selection first, because I think
Agreed.
some of the things like dimensions will be better off if you know the area you're looking at now.
Agreed. Yes. So, further comments, discussions?
I'm just kind of curious, I'd like to proceed with the parcel selection.
Agreed. Discussion on the parcel selection at this point, prior to an actual motion to consider a parcel or a combination of parcels?
I want to bring up the
Sorry, one thing I would like to look at is the possibility of looking at the Mansfield area, but kind of taking away some of the acreage towards the south, just so it's a little closer to the 50, where I'd like to be around the 10% range or more than the 12-15% range if you include that in another property. So there's like parcel 273 and 275, I think. I don't know if we have can put
So
Mansfield.
slide 18, Paul, I guess, if you can share that. But essentially, you're looking to propose Mansfield and
the Glen.
And the Glen,
but with
reduce
a little
Mansfield down from which direction?
So there's two properties towards, I'm saying the south, just because of what the picture is, but
Roach Brothers Plaza?
yeah, essentially, yeah.
So the links and the oil company.
Okay.
Yeah, and I've run some numbers on those too, so whenever's a good time.
Yeah.
So those two properties account for how much of the 32.5 acres?
Pull that up. And I can share this, but those two account for about almost 7 acres.
Well, that's 7.
So that would be.
Yeah.
That's way too much.
So you're at so that would bring you down to 25 and a half, correct?
That would get us over the 50.
Sorry. Yeah, so I've run the numbers, and if you take out Norton Links, which is 195, the total area of Mansfield Ave would be 26.8. And if you added either Norton Glen or Tweed, which are both about 25 acres, that gets you to 52 acres. So you'd be over the 50, although there's we're within that buffer area. I'd ask Serpent to look at this and try to give us an estimate of what the model would produce in terms of units. And just taking out 195 Mansfield would yield about 751 units, according to their model. So we're right at the 750.
So essentially with the Glen and Mansfield Avenue minus the links, we're right at the edge of the requirement.
Correct.
Okay. So Eric, does that answer your question from a point of information standpoint?
Yeah, that does. Honestly, hearing it like that sounds like that's cutting it pretty close.
To add the Links apartment anyways won't make a difference. It's already built, it's a brand new apartment, and the zoning would be less units than it's already at. Nobody's gonna tear it down to build less units.
Not one who wants to make money.
Right, so the Links, like, I don't see getting rid of that, but. I mean, if it's cutting it close to the line, if it's like some little wetland thing that brings it under 50 acres or something.
Yeah, I guess the alternative would be to take something off on the north side by the Mansfield line if you wanted to try and reduce that.
Paul, did you have a suggestion regarding single-family units?
Yeah, there were those 4 units on the west side. In total, they were about 2 acres. So if you take out those 4 single-family homes, combine, then add it with, let's say, Norton Glen, it's 54 acres and 784 projected units.
Okay.
So there's a bit more of a cushion there.
Given that we want to be as tight to the number as possible, but we also we don't want to get caught by a rounding error at the same time. I know we've talked about that over the past 6 months, however long we've been talking about the latest version.
First, where plans about targeted 55, I think that's a good number, gives you a little buffer.
Yeah. And Paul, I know we talked about Red Mill and Red Mill Crossing, just to be clear on that. If Red Mill Crossing is removed and we're still accounting for the protected area in the way that the requirements make us, Red Mill Village by itself is still above the 50 benchmark?
So looking at the spreadsheet that Serpent has, Red Mill would be 50.8 acres.
Is that inclusive or exclusive of the Kelly's property?
That's not including Kelly's Place. So Kelly's Place is a little over an acre.
Okay.
1.1.
Okay.
I mean,
So
Red Mill is 50.8, so, it probably would be considered, you could round up to 51. So,
yeah,
if you added Red Mill Crossing, that would get you to 52 acres.
Okay. Yeah, but I think the residents expressed that was a negative.
Yes.
So,
yes.
But even without that, Red Mill Village by itself is still above the 50 benchmark, correct?
Just above it.
Okay.
Can we get a feeling where the whole board is? Because I think we all know the numbers now. Can we just get a consensus on where everyone's preference is?
I have a quick question on Red Mill by itself though. You're saying that 50.8 is a really big 10 acre.
Right.
Yeah. Do you want to go to slide 25?
That's a little tight. As much as I want Red Mill Village, I want
it is tight, but it's not 50.1. And when, 0.8 times 15 it's an extra 10 units of cushion essentially, is basically what that is. My back of the envelope math is still.
You can let some of it dip into the East Main apartments too. we're not beholden to lot lines or anything.
We could in theory include a portion of East Main since it was noticed and because if you take out Red Mill Crossing, is it still contiguous? Because I know the
Yes.
state has requirements.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, I wasn't sure how it wrapped around. But I know the state has requirements for like the minimum size of a contiguous
Correct.
part of
it
this
is.
overlay.
It is.
Okay.
I'll get you the map.
No, that's fine.
I can,
So, and do you want to pull up the parcel that on slide 23 here? So that's where the parcel lines are for East Main. Is that all one parcel?
Yes, 274 East Main is one parcel.
Okay.
So carving that up would be.
But we could do just as long as we had a way to describe it for the zoning amendment, we could do a partial of that lot to reach, we'll just say, a more comfortable buffer if the board desired. So to go from 760 to 775, just to throw a number out there, so that would be an extra acre off the back of that parcel. Basically a thin strip going from top to bottom.
do something like that.
Something like that would, in theory, provide a little bit of leeway from that perspective.
Right.
So, yeah, so, I mean, we can, if anybody wants to make a motion, they can. If we want to have further discussions, we can continue to do that. So,
I actually think we all do know enough. I think Jim was alluding to that earlier. I don't know if we're going to get a consensus here, but I think everybody in this, is anybody on this board still wishy-washy about where they think they're going, or do you guys pretty much have an idea?
I think I'm pretty much.
Okay. I know where I want to go.
I got it.
Can we just do a straw poll before we do this?
I'm fine with that before the actual
we can
final
do a
vote.
straw, yeah, if anybody wants to do a straw poll, we certainly can, yeah.
I'll just start off by saying my least, the pick that I want the least, I'm ready to drop Tweave. I don't think it's in our consideration at this point, for me. I do think that, I mean, I've approached this whole project with intentionality to it. I don't want to be an extreme person on either end. I don't think it's going to have a massive fiscal impact or a gain of any sort, really. I think it's going to be pretty much around the middle with a little swing one direction or another. I don't want to do this again for just another year. It's been enough. I don't think it's going to break Norton the way I mean, there's a potential for it to be something. It could be all 750 units. It could happen. Probably won't. But again, the fiscal impact will probably come around zero. It's not going to be great, and it's not going to be bad. It's probably going to be in the middle. That's what the data shows. It's not good or bad. It's just kind of in the middle. And I definitely want to go to a town meeting and not have just a whole herd of people ready to vote me down. It's up to the town, but I'm gonna do what I just think is the best in my mind. I'm gonna make somebody upset no matter what. So.
The options that were up there, can we just go to the different, I think it was
25. Slide 25. That one?
I'm Mansfield Ave and Norton Glen.
Mansfield Ave and Norton Glen.
Mansfield Ave and Norton Glen.
Mansfield and Glen.
Sounds like we have a majority before you get to me and Rob.
Me too. I'll say Red Mill just for argument's sake, but yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's important, though, that we discussed earlier that we're a unanimous decision as a board. So that when we send that forward, Rob, I get your understanding for fighting the fight you started. I understand that. But I think as a board, we should be unanimous.
I would like to say also, yeah, Rob, there's nothing unintelligent about your idea. Red Mill Village is a very sound pick. There's nothing wrong with that in itself. The residents there have spoken. But I do appreciate you, standing out and saying what you believe needs to happen.
Did you want to say anything? Yeah, I think I've gone between a bunch of different things here. I think this evening I saw a whole bunch of no voters walk into the room, and the point of this has been to get something passed at town meeting. Has that been a tall order from the beginning? Yes. Am I more challenged to think that Red Mill would pass at town meeting tonight than I would have been a couple of weeks ago? I think that is a challenge to. I have a hard time looking at who was here and who was in the Zoom meeting and seeing that going our way at town meeting. I don't know what happens with anything else either. But I would support Mansfield and Glen.
I think it's the best compromise. It's the least amount of impact, but still yields some potential for growth, and it allows for redevelopment of some sites that could probably use it and would increase the revenue on them if they were redeveloped. I also think they probably are in good locations to provide an opportunity for some mixed use, which I'd like to see. So, it's a good compromise. It's probably the best compromise on the table.
So I'll make a motion to move forward with Mansfield Ave and Norton Glen to be on the ballot for the MBTA overlay zone.
Seconded.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion from the board?
If we make that decision, is it still room to make the small adjustments you talked about earlier?
Of the lot size, yeah.
Yeah, we can
That'll
tweak
come-
it.
Yes.
So that the motion is to,
Pending that we're gonna make adjustments to the lot lines and the total acreage.
okay,
Let's
To get
settle.
it down
It's just
from-
settling on an area.
Yes.
okay. So we have a motion and a second. No further discussion. I'll go through the roll here. Eric, I'll start with you.
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
I'll vote yes. Rob?
No.
Okay. So that is the vote. So we'll move forward with that. In terms of fine tuning the parcel selection for Mansfield Ave, just to confirm, are we looking to remove the single families? Was that that was one of the discussions?
Yeah,
We could
honestly,
also-
like, after hearing that recommendation, I would prefer the recommendation to what I was mentioning earlier.
It's all contiguous. The single families to the four top on the Mansfield line.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't mind chopping it up that way.
We'll also keep the line right on one side.
Okay. Further discussion? Otherwise, I look for a motion.
Motion to approve the amendments to the Mansfield lines.
Seconded.
Okay, we have a motion from Eric and a second from Jim. Further discussion? Okay, I'll go through the roll here again. Eric?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
I'll vote yes. Rob?
No.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So, further discussion? I think parcel election is done. Do we have any further discussion on the zoning bylaw language? Paul, are there any specific questions that we wanted to review with this?
Orange go.
Yes, I just need to get there.
I have a question on that too.
So, just to see the public hearing for this article is closed.
I just want to thank you very much. We will do our best to be at town meeting to support this.
Thank you guys for coming.
I never heard of the opening for the review of the bylaw.
It's one article. So, Paul, anything specific that we wanted to cover in terms of the bylaw language?
Yeah, and I can go over a lot of this pretty quickly, but most of this is, you've seen multiple drafts of this, and I just want to focus on some of the changes.
It's cutting off the far right-hand corner there in the Zoom, just to Oh, just the zoom of the document.
Yeah.
Control minus. That works too.
Okay.
I never use the slider.
Good luck, I can't see much.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's maybe a little too small there,
the comments are.
so just a couple things. First, a couple meetings ago, Eric had a comment about, or actually it was in your email to me, but wanting to make sure that we try to get small scale development as part of this. And so I just thought it would make sense to make a change, just add something to our purpose statement to encourage compact neighborhood scale mixed use development. We already had to encourage mixed use development. I just wanted to add compact and neighborhood scale to address that issue, and other members have made that point too about smaller. We also added a couple of definitions here for mixed-use development in top of the shop. But we wanted to make sure we added, Steve had a recommendation in both here and in with the recodification that we add to the definition that uses within the mixed-use development definition or top of the shop shall be limited to only those allowed as of right or by special permit as prescribed by the zoning district the development resides, and shall not include any use not permitted by such district. I think that's a positive change to it. It just makes it clear what can go in there.
Just because you're putting it at the top of the shop doesn't mean you can put something that's only allowed in another zone.
Right. Now this is where I think more of the substantive comes in, and okay, so this was mine, although if we need to change it, we've still got it. So along the lines of one of the comments, and I guess Eric, you had made a point when we had the use table for the top of the shop, that it was complicated. You said it more eloquently than that. Now I started looking back at this again, I'm like, why do we even need that? We've defined it now because we've added the definitions for top of the shop where we say your commercial, non-residential uses are on the first floor and residential above it. Do we need to now break it out and be so specific in that table? And why not just leave it as that? Just say it's top of the shop or mixed use development, and not be so prescriptive with our use table like we had it before.
Basically copy the use table of the underlying zone.
Right. I think it simplifies it. It's also challenging because, as you know, there are times when we get commercial developments, they don't know who the tenants are. And you might be locking people in, or you might be locking a use out that might be a good use. And if you make very specific recommendations, if something doesn't fall within it, we can't approve it. So,
any feelings for or against that approach to the use tables in this district?
As somebody that worked on it a little bit, I'm cool with cutting it out. And if we want to reapproach this district in a year or two with another change, we can do that. It'll just exist in our zoning. We can change it in the future. So I'm cool with not putting a specific table there.
Okay. Other thoughts?
No, I agree. I think falling back to the zone underneath for the mixed use opportunities makes a lot of sense. And yeah, we can revisit for more specific issues later. But I think that for now, for this makes a lot of sense.
Okay. I'm not hearing any. We don't like that, Paul. So let's move ahead.
okay, so another great suggestion Eric had was adding these additional restrictions for any of the non-residential uses in the top of the shop or mixed-use developments. Hours of operation, 7 to 9, which is your standard. Size limitation, like a little direction on that. Eric, you had a suggestion about 5,000 square feet, which could be perfectly fine. I just threw in here, maybe we could go to 10, but if the comfort level is more.
The only reason I picked 5,000 is because I lived close enough to where Charlie used to be, and I looked it up, and that specific shop was about like 5,300 So just round it down a little bit, but that's, as long as we capture a number that makes sure is that things, we don't put a Walmart on the bottom of something and, you know.
The butcher shop is what you're.
Yeah, the butcher shop, yeah. The grocery
That
store.
would qualify as small.
I know it's on the small side, and as I'm not necessarily married to the smaller number, but I just want to make sure it's defined and defined in a way that's explicit, because there was a comment that a building specialist has to go take a look at this too, and we're going to define the numbers. I just want to make sure we have a number that makes sense for the communities in Norton.
I actually like the number being smaller. I think that's great, and we have the 10,000 limit anyways in our bylaw, so we're good. I like the 5,000. The only thing for the hours of operation, the earlier we shut down commercial uses, the more likely there's going to be families with kids moving into that building. Something with activity later in the night might persuade younger people to go there that don't necessarily have kids that need to sleep early.
I don't totally agree with that. As someone who lived on top of the shops, a couple of them in my life, if a family needs the top of the shop, they're going to take it. Doesn't matter what the business hours are. Like I lived on top of a bar and a pike shop, so I don't think that matters that much. It really is like the restrictions I was recommending are less for worrying about who's living on top of the neighborhood around it. Sure. That's what I'm just trying to make sure. Like honestly, at this point, and I forget everything I put, but it was like deliveries can't be at a certain time. All this stuff can't be a certain time. Not for the people, but for everybody around.
Just to comment one more on that, just the hours, like 6 to 10, if we extend it a little bit more, is 2 8-hour shifts, as opposed to an unusual number. Is that like more? I don't know, but
Yeah,
I won't be picky about this one.
I was gonna say, if it's written in this way, what, in theory, relief would people have to, would they just ask for a waiver with specific request?
I was gonna say, one
But
of the
it's
things
site
you.
plan review, so they would need to,
Well, typically in any of the conditions we put in, whether it's site plan or special permit, we'll put hours of operation, but we also put a relief valve in there to say, or approval by the building commissioner, if you wanted
Yeah.
to go that route.
yeah, I was just thinking in terms of, 9's a little early.
9's early, but also 7's a little bit late. Like you're gonna miss any breakfast stuff on your way out.
If we're talking
6 o'clock, you may miss that.
Yeah.
But depending on whether people are going somewhere, but, yeah. My gut says 6 to 10, like Steve was thinking. Just from in theory, when do I want coffee or pizza perspective, but
I would be
I'm
more
not-
comfortable with 6 to 10 as well.
Yeah, not, if there was a relief valve in there for a necessary case, then I'm not sold on either way.
What would be your proposal?
I think I would do follow Steve's 6 to 10 there. Because again, we're limiting it to small retail with the size requirement, so it's not gonna be anything that large.
I figure a coffee shop or a little boutique or something.
Yeah.
Forgive me, I thought you guys were not on that one.
Which, by the way, they'd be closed right about now.
Should we make a motion then?
Make a motion for a coffee run.
No. So, additional comments on the restrictions for hours of operation, size limitation, or deliveries?
I would just make deliveries 6 to 6 at that point, just to kind of make it even.
Agreed.
I don't mind the deliveries being later.
Yeah, agreed.
You don't want to start your business off without your product.
Get it the day before.
Yep.
Or if they can deliver a little later, it's nice
Yeah.
showing up during rush
Because we
hour.
went through this with Cumberland Farms, and they said they wouldn't do deliveries before a certain hour, and how many times did they complain to the building commissioner about that?
Well, they haven't done it since the 6th, right?
Yeah,
When we
took
reached
it-
out to the attorney.
Yeah,
So-
exactly. We called the attorney on them, and then they stopped, yes.
So deliveries 6 to 6?
I'm not opposed to it.
Okay, it sounds like consensus was 7 to 6. So.
I'm not opposed to 6, it's just, I don't see a burning need to push it earlier.
I don't, it's fine either way.
Keeping it at 7?
Sure.
Yes.
7? Okay. Okay.
Where did we come in on hours?
6 to 10.
Okay, so
And then
now just think
deliveries,
about the
7 to
areas that have
6.
been selected. So, you know, as you're moving forward with Mansfield Ave and Norton Glen. I think there's a couple things here we want to re-examine, which is the minimum lot size. This is all coming from the original draft that we had presented in the fall. I'm sorry, I should have mentioned that to you all.
Yeah, no, minus all the stuff that we took an axe to.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. So I do want to point out, so we originally had 5,000 square feet. We do have some wiggle room because at the smallest lot size on Mansfield Ave is about a little under 12,000 square feet. Norton Glen is all about 40,000, one is 39,000. I mean, I would suggest just one standard for both districts, but you could go higher than 5,000 if it's still not worry about creating variances, which the state could, if we stay under, that 12,000 square foot threshold, the state should, I think would be fine with that.
Does changing the lot size play with the model at all?
It does.
In what way? If we make the number bigger, what is the impact on the model?
I would probably, I don't know. They ran it based on 5,000.
Yeah. I mean, in theory,
Don't change.
Yeah.
in theory, if you're making larger required lots and the setbacks are staying the same, it should in theory have, the challenge would be to make it smaller with large setbacks. Because then you would get into a point where you were making the lots too small for the setbacks to work and you'd be restricting development. I don't think that the model would, by making you do a bigger lot size, you're just meeting, and you have the same other requirements, you're just putting more buildings on one lot.
Right, you are doing that.
In theory,
The potential
unless you combine lots anyway and do whatever you're gonna do anyway.
I'm for the small lot sizes anyways.
Okay. No.
So, I think I would be in favor of one standard for for the entire article.
In favor of the standard for one, just one across the board.
And then the question is, do we want to keep the 5,000 that we've been talking about? Do we want to change it to 10?
I think with the models that we've talked about, I'd rather keep it at the 5. That's what everyone's been seeing. That's what the visualization is.
Okay. Any other comments? And Paul, you have frontage here that you just commented that some of them are potentially non-conforming.
One of them. One would be.
Our bylaw allows down to 50 feet for frontage. That's typical down, the Grove is 50 by 100s, mostly.
Yeah, the small lot, that's not something you all deal with, ZBA deals with it, but there are, if they were older lots, there are a small lot amnesty. So the minimum in that case is 50, but that's, but again, you can set your own standard. 75 is what we used previously. And again, other than this one case, everything else would meet it already, the current lots.
But the standard Norton across the law frontage requirement for a new property on Main Street is?
Village commercial is 120 feet. Commercial is 120 feet. Residential is 150.
Yeah,
I think
the
VCC is
Center Core
75.
So it's the same.
Yeah. So we're carrying this through from that, from the least restrictive frontage requirement that we have in the bylaw.
Right.
I'm cool with it where it is.
Agreed.
Anything further?
I'm fine with that.
Paul, I think we had said that we wanted to have that maximum units per acre is 15, not 16.
And we've been working with 16 just to build
Okay.
the density buffer.
Okay.
And that's what the
That's
modeling
fine.
is all based on.
Okay.
So again, if you
I'm-
drop that number,
No, I'm fine
you
with
need to
that.
add acreage back in.
No, I'm fine with that.
Okay. Not much left. Laura had a comment about bicycle parking, because I think originally it said commercial, but I think we changed it to all projects. So residential, we would still trigger bike parking.
Good.
Steve, did you have a comment there?
No, I just good.
So there was a comment, it just wasn't.
I like bikes. Yeah.
Buffers and screening, again, before, with the large parcel at TPC abutting the mobile home park, you had a larger buffer requirement. I just suggest just using our typical buffering, since, especially in these areas, they're already built out. Mansfield Ave isn't even abutting up against a single family area. It still could trigger some buffering anyway, but it would just be the standard, nothing, whereas originally we had it as something more, more than the standard.
Yeah, I'm cool with that.
And then affordability, the only thing town council had, the law under 3A is you round down fractions if you have X number of units. So, like
So
the
we have a bunch
example,
of 9-unit developments,
yeah,
is
so
that what
like
we're saying?
the 10 West Main's 18 units, right? We round it up to get to 2.
Right.
In this case, you would round it back down. You would round it down. That's the state, that's in the regulations. So we're just complying with that.
Understood, but disappointed.
And
The state also said you can't put more than 10%, because I look. They put that in big, bold, underlined letters.
They did. So that's the significant changes since the last time we had a deep dive into this.
So any further discussion on the whole of this text or specific sections that we want to look at?
I just have one question.
Yes.
Directed to Steve.
What's up?
Steve, has everything that you wanted to get considered been considered?
As far as the MBTA, yes. Thank you.
No, as far as this, yes.
Yeah.
That's all I care.
Thank you very much, Rob.
Any further comments? Otherwise, look for a motion to submit this draft for the bylaw article to other town committees and town meeting.
So moved.
Seconded.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Motion from Jim and a second from
Eric.
Eric, it was close. Any further discussion?
Aye.
Okay, I'll go through the roll again. Sorry. Eric?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
I'll vote yes.
Yes.
And yes. Don't turn away your computer yet, we still have another article to talk about.
We're only halfway.
Okay, so that
Nice try.
concludes our discussion on the MBTA
Try to
zoning
keep the
article
agenda up.
and the final public meeting that we will have discussing this prior to town meeting. Hooray.
Thank God.
So it just sounds anticlimactic.
Wah, wah, wah.
I'd use more energy, but I don't have it anymore.
Yeah. All right, let me get to the,
We're gonna
I've gotta
need
go to the bathroom.
Gerard Cates's phone number, please.
We do?
No, we need it. Make sure he makes good on his promise.
Oh, to show up at town meeting?
Yes.
That's Orin's job. No, I'm just kidding.
We're driving now.
No. Okay. So
All of you.
the next discussion is our public hearing on the recodification of the zoning bylaw and zoning maps. So the public hearing is open. I think it probably makes sense to go through the comments and updates that we have here and see if there are any remaining public comments or additional questions here.
okay. Can I just start first by, I'll open up the main document, and then we'll think we'll probably have the biggest discussion on the use table.
Yes.
But again, since you've all met, there's been a lot of work being done, and I really want to thank both Steve and Laura for putting hours and hours of work into this. Again, it's volunteers that I'm always so thankful for people who do go out and volunteer, and this is very meticulous work, and fortunately they're both very detail-oriented people. So these changes that we'll be talking about reflect both the work that they've done. So I am going to start, I've got to do a control find because there's 100 and some documents, so I want to flag things as they happen. So one of the changes, and in fact, there's Oren, as you may remember, Oren made a comment about when we have zoning map notifications, the original draft did not include noticing abutters. So I put that back in. I just pulled it, word for word from the existing bylaw, so it's in there.
No net change, understood.
No net change. The next one, okay, so the next one is the accessory dwelling units. So this afternoon I did get an email. I sent this draft off to the Attorney General's office. They've been doing courtesy reviews on this. They gave this...
Just around the ADU section?
On the ADU section alone. They gave this the thumbs up that they were okay with it. At least this is just a courtesy review, so I've made some changes based on...
If they go back on their own courtesy review, then I'll sue them. Not really, but...
Yeah, so this first one was, we needed to clearly say that the ADU is an attached or detached unit. That was in the state law. It wasn't truly clearly pointed out here. She flagged it. I sent this to her. She was fine with it. The next one is right below it, and sorry.
Trying to navigate one screen and look at another. So.
Yeah, it's not. I can't do it. So this originally said. I need to put this on.
All markup. Yeah.
This originally said the lot on a single family must have a minimum of 10,000 square feet. She flagged that, and I pulled this, literally there's an ADU model bylaw, so I pulled it from it. She was fine with it. Just to say that an ADU on a lot with a single family dwelling shall not have any more restrictive dimensional standards than those required in that dwelling district or accessory structure, and that an ADU on a lot with a principal dwelling that's not a single family dwelling unit shall not have a more restrictive dimensional. So ADUs cannot have any additional restrictions on them compared to what's in that residential zoning district, or in that district that allows it. And the idea, just like with MBTA, is the state wants to incentivize ADUs.
No, the idea is that you couldn't put the setback on a single family home is 50 feet, but if you want an accessory dwelling unit, the setback's an additional 50 feet.
Right.
Basically, you can't, you have to treat them with the same setback rules or whatever other pieces that they would have.
And we already allow ADUs by right, but as detached, but this expands it.
As attached, not detached.
Attached.
And they have to, in our current bylaws, which I think we talked about at the last meeting, say that it has to be owner occupied for the single family. And the new bylaw says you can't, the new state law says you can't say that.
Correct. And then we also had to change the size of the unit from 750 to 50% of the principal dwelling, or 900 square feet, whichever is smaller. So,
So wait, go back to that one again, just so I can make sense of that in my head. So it has to be, the maximum it can be is half of the principal dwelling, or 900 square feet, whichever number is smaller.
Right, so if you have a 2,000 square foot.
You couldn't make 1,000, you need to keep it at the 900.
Yeah,
cap.
it'd have to go to
That's-
900 at that point.
Okay.
There's a couple small things here. She flagged that we wanted to further define, transportation facilities, which, we actually don't have any. And then, further, just clarify short-term rentals defined by this statutory provision. And that's that. So let me go to the next edit.
Does that need to tie into our existing short-term rental law, or no? Is that enough?
She just made reference to the state.
I know just for us. Because we have an existing short-term rental bylaw.
We do.
But
We
if
do.
we're saying you can't do that, then it doesn't.
Right, it doesn't allow it, you can't use it, so.
But you could use the single family.
Conceivably.
Any objections to adding an additional line to that saying regulations on the rentals of the single family property are consistent with Norton bylaw section, whatever it is?
No issue.
No objection.
Okay.
So add the reference to,
For the single family unit to our existing short-term rental bylaw.
okay.
Basically saying, this says there's no short-term rental of the ADU as defined under that chapter state. Single short-term rental of the single-family property is governed by C here.
Of the
basically.
principal structure.
Is governed by existing, insert reference to bylaw here, yeah. I don't know which section it is in the new draft, but.
Okay. Okay. Move on from there.
Sorry, I added more work.
Mark just this was a small change on we've updated the design in the village commercial district. He just said we need to, when we talk about deviation from any such standard, shall require a separate special permit.
Is that an additional filing fee?
We don't typically, if you have multiple, we typically just charge one
Okay.
special permit.
I have no objection to us making additional motions as much as I don't like it, but yeah, I don't want it to be we're trying to soak somebody.
Right there, Lucas, and listen to that.
Now we're in the definitions section. So this is one, and Laura, Steve, please feel free to talk about this. Where we're trying to get a definition for long-term care facilities, particularly convalescent homes. So we've added this definition that you can see. I don't know, Laura, Steve, do you want to say anything about this? As far as the definition goes?
Do you want to show the simple markup on this one just to see the final?
Sure.
Hopefully it doesn't change pages on us.
Nope, there it is.
Okay.
No, the definition fits as I would assume it does.
Yeah.
It reads the way I would think it does. It includes nursing homes and stuff like that. It's not restricted against old people, but it's not only for old people. That was the correction we tried to make.
Yeah, we were just going back and forth with Mark about this, about facilities for the aged, but then also those who were young. So, okay, that.
Is there a reason in the second to last sentence right before it says facility, the words are for the aged or aged? Does that add anything to the definition? Because I could see somebody arguing semantics that it applies to the everything in that common list.
Well, it says includes.
Right, shall include, and then somebody could infer that convalescent or nursing homes
All of
is
those
for
for
the
the
aged. Even though they're skipping the rest of the common items there, that somebody could infer that that clause applies to all of them, even though it is not the intention. I don't
suppose we
see if it adds anything to have those three words there.
Yeah, but we should look at 105 CMR 150 to make sure it's not specific to aged.
It's
That's a
we should
separate
look
sentence.
at it, but the way it reads, it defines long-term care facilities that include aged facilities. It's not restricted to age.
Yeah.
Like it reads the same way this does.
Yeah. I was just saying delete those last three words in that sentence.
I'm fine with that because we've already got long-term
I'm fine
care
with
under senior housing facilities, so.
Yeah.
So,
Just delete for the aged right there, because it's already implied that it doesn't need to be specific to any age group. That's basically the intention there.
There is a reference
just
above for elderly persons though too.
Yeah, but that one's contained in its own clause.
Incident to old age for ambulatory persons or retirement home care
Yeah.
for elderly persons. Okay.
Those ones are more separated. Having gotten it, when we went 12 rounds with somebody talking about the date something went into effect and then saying a bylaw magically didn't apply to them, then. Yes, okay. Other,
We fixed that, right?
yeah. Oh, sorry, fixed.
the language around the affordable housing bylaw no longer has a date where it was
Yes, we did.
effective.
We did a while
Yes.
ago. Okay.
Yes.
Just had a panic attack.
So the next one is a
Yeah.
definition, new definition for, or definition for a new use. Neighborhood shop, which is a retail or service kiosk. And we would like to get clarification if this stays, what would be a size threshold, 200 square feet, 1,000 square feet. But the idea here is these would be like a bodega, small corner neighborhood store, or particularly retail use.
200 is really small.
200's like a storage container.
That's pretty
It's- it-
small. When you count all the
It's like
storage area they'd need.
I mean, I think I put 200 as sort of like what would the minimum be for like a single person to do like a barbershop in their garage. Like it's almost like a home business without the home. So it's sort of that scale. But 1,000 was listed as like the maximum.
Okay.
So somewhere in that range seems appropriate to me.
Okay. So I'll say, just about the definition. We're not talking about where it may or may not be allowed in the use table now.
Sure.
Do we feel like we can separate those, or do we need to look at those together to make that determination for?
They kind of need to
The
be
board.
looked at together.
I think the assumption is that this is going to be potentially placed in a residential zone. That's the point of a neighborhood shop. So the scale is to be around housing, not necessarily
Understood.
in village commercial.
Okay. So, do we need to have that side by side with the use table, or does that give us enough to go on at this point?
It depends. Are we proposing to allow it by right or by permit?
Special permit is my proposal.
Right, in the residential and by right in the non-residential.
Retail's already by right in the commercial, just not residential. This is the entry.
So,
This is significantly smaller than small scale indoor recreation, which we've suggested putting in the residential zone.
so that's right, neighborhood shop, which is a definition for small scale retail by special permit in residential and by right in other commercial districts. I think that's enough for me to clarify on, go on to look at the definition. In terms of the size that would be permitted,
Honestly, if that's like bounds on either side, it might be better just to separate out, like not smaller than 200, not greater than 1,000. It's a little more clear, if that's the intention.
I have no problem with somebody going under 200. I don't know how they could,
I would just remove that number then.
but just remove the 200. Say 1,000 would be the limit. I'm comfortable with that. That's an upper.
Okay.
I'm terribly sorry, folks. I'm not feeling well, and I need to pull myself out of here. I'm sure these two would like me to get lost as fast as possible.
No. I should feel better.
Well, hope you feel better.
No, we will. I feel better, but
Yeah.
hope you don't feel worse.
I hope you feel
And what's
better.
that next
That's all.
one?
Oh, that's what, no.
That's what I meant.
I have 2 kids that come home from elementary school, so germs die at my house.
Yeah, I apologize. If I thought there was anything wrong or going on, I would have just zoomed.
No worries. Okay.
Is there anything else on neighborhood shop?
I think before we just settle on the size there, do we feel 1,000 is a good maximum here? Do we want to keep it more toward 500 like we had in the other bylaw?
In the other bylaw?
In the MBTA, we had
Oh, the 5,000 for a shop?
right. With the chart corollary being like the Charlie Butcher Shop was around 5,000, and that gives an idea of scale in a real sense.
Footprint of Tasties, I measured it out, is about 3,400 square feet.
So Tasty's is even, well, the first floor is under.
Yeah, it's
Is
45
that
by
just,
70.
is that just the place where customers are, or does that include the,
Whole thing, 45 by 75. So
so
including
you're outside
the
with a
kitchen.
tape measure? I hope it's got a copy.
No, the GIS map has the measurement tool on it, so it's rough, but it's good enough.
My thought is that in general, they shouldn't exceed the square footage that's common for housing.
Okay.
So like most houses don't reach 5,000 square feet.
No. Okay. So, do we have specific feelings on the sizing here? 1,000 is on the page, if anyone wants to change it, now's the time. Okay,
Well-
sounds like we're,
This didn't exist before. Should we talk about whether we want the use at all?
okay, so. The definition is now clear. Do we want to include it in the recodification? I guess that's your point, Laura. is
Yes.
that- Okay.
Yeah. Does this make it more difficult to potentially pass this?
I don't see it as a giant weight on either side of the balancing scale there.
My
I know, Steve,
my
you're
logic
you're
would
thinking
be
back to shops that used to be in the Grove, kind of.
well that is definitely my intention, but my thought here on this particular project is in our recommendation right now we're recommending small scale indoor recreation, which we cannot limit until it's 10,000 square feet. So we're recommending 10,000 square foot arcades and gymnasiums or whatever. I don't think 1,000 square foot shop is gonna throw it compared to that.
Understood. But understand that we haven't gotten to that point in the bylaw yet either.
Sure, but just
But yeah, so.
There
Laura,
was-
are you comfortable assuming that this is also in the draft use table, Paul?
Yes.
Laura, are you comfortable addressing it when we go to the use table?
Yes, that's fine. I just want to raise we did get a written public comment about newly added residential zoning, commercializing residential zones.
Thank you.
That's all.
And we can keep the definition even if it's not in the use table for future use.
Yeah.
Okay.
The next one, definition, personal service establishment, is a new addition, a facility providing personal services such as barber shop, salon, laundry, print shop.
I think this is, Steve, this is your edit to try and carve this out from trade services, is that correct? I know you and Laura have kind of.
yes, I just split it.
We have this definition under services. There's service establishment general, service establishment personal, and service establishment trade. It already exists.
The definitions exist separately. In the uses table, they're combined, and the definitions themselves are a little bit where, like, we have
There you
trade
go.
services.
You were down there. Keep going, Paul.
We have trade services, which are like workers, but then general services is also repair shops.
There we go. So this is the difference here. So we have general service, personal service, and trade service is definitions.
I mean, general service includes a blacksmith.
Yes, but we also have, you mentioned laundry and nail salon, those are under the personal service establishment.
Sure, but it seems like a blacksmith or a repair shop or whatever would fall under trade services, like a mason, a painter, like.
Trade is typically defined as assisting the construction industry.
Okay. So, I think, Steve, looking at these definitions, the other one does seem a bit duplicative. From a definition standpoint, not talking about the use table.
I think you have to look at the arrangement of all three definitions together the way I put it together. I didn't only write personal service establishment, I have a definition for trade service and repair shop also.
But they're not in alphabetical order, that's why.
So they have to be seen side by side.
Okay. So we have personal service establishment.
And then the other one should say trade service and repair shop is the way I wrote it. But to separate, labor work from barber shops, essentially.
We have more definitions under signs.
And in terms of, not to keep jumping to the use table, there's also basically delineate, is there a difference in use?
I didn't
zone?
Didn't change any of the permitting.
Okay.
Just delineated the uses for future.
And there's trade service and repair.
So here's trade service and repair that Steve was just talking about.
Okay. Okay. In terms of making a decision on, basically, Steve, so it's these two definitions that you view as a set, or is there a third one?
I think it's pretty much those two that replaced the one line in our table.
Right, so it's these two definitions would be replacing
3 definitions.
the 3 definitions that were up on screen before, is that?
I kind of just I got rid of the general service establishment. That's just kind of put it in the category with personal services. I'm not sure how it would want to be labeled, but it seemed like it went with service and repair.
So the additions of the personal service and the trade service that we see on the screen here replace those additional those other 3 definitions, which are under S, Paul, not to make you keep scrolling here. And there's service, comma.
I think it's better defined, but it's not my biggest fight in this one.
No, keep going. That's still under signs.
Signs goes on for many pages.
Right.
And we still don't follow it.
This is under signs now.
Just north of signs.
It's up.
Signs.
It's up. It's SE, so it's gonna keep going. Saying the alphabet song too many times.
Lot of signs.
A lot of signs.
Wow, look at that.
There we go. So those are the 3 that would go away if we accepted the other 2. So I think this is an either-or proposition here. Do we like these 3? Do we like the other 2?
Yeah, I think my preference is to go with the 3.
Okay. Laura, I know you've been in the trenches with this one.
They were the ones provided by Mark. They make sense.
Okay.
I think it delineates them well.
To further put this, I did divide the 2 uses, personal services and trade services and repair shops, in our uses table. Currently, it does not exist separated,
Currently, all 3 of them have
just
the same
grouped
zone.
together. So
Okay.
part of that was
But the modification of the use table that you've proposed doesn't alter them other than putting them in 2 different lines.
no, it doesn't change the permitting yet. For future, maybe.
Okay.
Again, obviously, I like the suggestion. I suggested it, but it's, I'm not hard on this one.
It wouldn't make sense if you didn't. So, no, I think I lean towards the 3.
Sure.
So, Paul, that would be striking the additional personal service and trade service ones. I have no objection if we get to the use table with carrying those 3 definitions into 3 different lines to accomplish kind of the purpose of what you're looking to do, which is set the framework for delineations.
Okay.
It's under T, trade.
Just bookmarking it, so here.
There we go, that one, yeah. When we get to the use table, please hold me to that, Steve.
Sure.
Okay, let me go back.
We did
up.
that one.
I forget where we left off.
We'll get there. Did that one.
There it is.
Recreational facilities.
Okay.
So this was a new definition. Steve, you had it. It's, tennis and other playing courts, an establishment for recreational amusement or entertainment purposes carried on in whole or in part outdoors, which may include as an accessory use the consumption of food and drink. Such facilities shall include sports and athletic fields, playing courts, skating rinks, skateboards, bicycle parks, swimming pools.
So, and then the sub-definitions there are what we have in the new uses table, correct?
Right.
So we have small scale indoor and just indoor.
No, we currently have.
We have small
recreation,
scale.
small scale, recreation, commercial, indoor, recreation, commercial, outdoor.
So we don't have anything for recreational indoor, period.
Recreational, small scale, indoor.
My
But just
recommendation was just to make it.
That second definition, we don't have anything called out specifically, it would just basically be commercial.
My idea was to simplify it into 2 categories. You have indoor recreation, which is just indoor only. Again, the small scale part of it is not actually applied. There's no thing that makes it small scale compared to any other business. It's just the wording. And then we have recreational facilities that are sometimes outside. That's really the only 2 variations. Whether they're commercial or not, do we need 4 definitions? For like non-commercial recreation and commercial recreation?
I was thinking
As
if we
soon
didn't
as
have
you
a
say you're
specific-
charging a fee, it's commercial.
I was just saying, if we didn't have a use table line for that second definition, then they would default to whatever was allowed in the commercial.
About charging a fee?
No, the recreation indoor, because we don't, if we didn't have a line for it. I mean, we've talked about small scale, but not having a scale. Is there something stopping us from saying,
Paul and I had a discussion about it, and there seemed to be, while we felt that yes, we should probably define what small scale is, we kept having difficulty. One example was the place where my nephew goes for baseball training. A guy built a barn in his backyard, and it's got a baseball diamond inside, and he handles 3 kids at a time in his backyard. I would call that small scale, but it's not going to fit under a
I would call
square
that an
footage.
accessory use, so it's not something we need to worry about.
But he's charging a fee for
It's
it?
an accessory use to the property, assuming he lives on the property.
Okay.
so it doesn't matter.
I'm just using it as an example where if we set
Yeah,
a,
no, I know what you
if we
mean.
set a
Yeah.
square footage, then we are potentially eliminating it. So one of the compromises that I suggested to Paul was do what we did with light manufacturing, where if there was a question as to whether it qualified as light, or in this case, small scale, the building inspector and the planning director would make that determination. So that we didn't unnecessarily
I mean,
limit by saying it's gotta be less than 10,000 or whatever the number is.
I was gonna say smaller than that, so.
Could I ask?
Right now, the use table has small scale recreation potentially allowed in residential.
That's the proposal.
We've
So-
switched that to by permit, yes.
Right. So if we're going to allow it in a residential zone, I think I would, do we put a size restriction or not on it, I would lean towards yes.
Okay.
I
What's
would
the
lean
number?
towards yes.
Um,
But now we're putting a restriction wherever else it is. In village commercial, does it have a limit? Or do we have to have
it's the
another
same-
use for?
It's the same definition, yeah.
Or do we have to make another use for recreational indoor facility that's different? Again, this is why I tried to simplify it into two categories.
Yeah.
And instead of arguing my point, could anybody analyze it and tell me what mine doesn't cover that the current definition does better?
So
I rearranged it because it was kind of
So for the
chaotic.
side by side here, just to see here, right now we're just seeing the simple markup, is that,
Well, the one below it is recreation indoor.
That was my version.
okay.
No, the following one, recreational commercial facility indoor. So there's two
So scroll
recreational
down.
indoor definitions right now.
Right. Yep, the page break got you, back up a little bit.
And then there's two more for recreational commercial facility, indoor and outdoor. Like it's very
Okay. So,
indoor and outdoor, commercial or not. Two definitions.
But your definition says for a fee. As soon as you're charging a fee.
I didn't add that, Mark did.
no, it's okay.
Okay.
It doesn't.
No, recreation indoor is yours. The blue one's yours. This, sorry, I think I'm sharing.
No, you're not.
I'm highlighting it.
Recreation indoor is a new one, and it says that occurs indoors for a fee or admission charge. That makes it commercial.
Could we get rid of
Okay.
it for a fee?
I'm fine with getting rid of the for a fee. It was Mark's addition to the wording, I think, originally.
Then then I guess I'm confused as to what the intent is to be differentiating it from the definition that Mark gave us, which is recreation commercial facility indoor, other than it says commercial facility.
There were so many definitions
Oh, no.
thrown around
I agree completely.
for the recreational table. I have recommended the same thing. Two definitions. That's my simple solution. Regardless of how we got here or anything, I'm just saying
But you didn't-
two definitions are.
Are you proposing to strike the other one, I guess is my question, or is this in addition to?
So you're looking for recreational indoor and outdoor periods.
That's what I thought. Yes, I don't think we need small scale indoor recreation. It's just indoor recreation covers it. Or are we making like 4 or 5 different categories? Are we doing a commercial indoor and a non-commercial indoor? Are we doing a commercial outdoor and a non-commercial outdoor and a small scale? Like that's, we don't need all of those categories. It's just recreation, commercial or not, that takes place indoor, and commercial or recreation that commercial or not that takes place outdoor.
Okay.
It seems like to cover anything. I don't think there's any part not covered by it. I think it's gotten more complicated around me.
I think the complication is potentially coming from the small scale. And
Which always existed, actually.
Yeah. Yeah. So,
That's a holdover.
yeah.
The last
If we're not gonna keep it, are we looking to keep right now we have small scale indoor recreation as by permit in the draft in residential, correct?
That was the proposal to differentiate it between just recreational indoor, because it already existed, and, you know, the thought was, okay, we're looking at art, dance, exercise, martial arts studio, something,
Thinking like the
Small.
martial arts studio that's right next to the house, basically.
yeah, exactly. So where, you know, okay, let's do the two separate definitions, small scale and otherwise indoor, and allow the small scale stuff to potentially go in residential areas by special permit was the driving factor there.
Okay.
So again, does my definition, indoor recreation, change small scale indoor recreation? Is it different in what it allows? Or does it basically cover exactly the same thing, just slightly worded?
Other than
small scale,
putting small scale on it and giving the teeth to the town decides if it's small or not, I think the uses are fairly similar. It's just providing what the differentiation would only be needed if we were going to try and differentiate them and how we're going to zone them. And in this case, I think, based on the current draft, we are. So right now, we're differentiating between small and not small and how we're permitting that use. So,
Can I just ask a clarifying question? Is recreation indoor meant to replace the definition for small scale or the definition for recreation commercial indoor?
or both.
Both.
Yeah. Steve's looking for two definitions entirely.
Okay.
I'm just looking for the build. Whether it's commercial or not is not the important part
Correct.
to me. I don't think there's going to be many not commercial recreational facilities being built, but
Yeah.
like Wheaton baseball fields, that's in the residential zone.
Yep, that's right.
Those are recreational
They're Dover,
facilities.
but it doesn't matter. Yeah.
Still, but like the point is, it's not a baseball field in the neighborhood is traditional. It's not disruptive.
Yeah.
It's like what kids should have. That these things, recreational facilities should be in residential zones. That's why kids just go out and vandalize things all day. I've lived here for 40 years almost. We've still not had a skate park. But where do you think we're gonna go? You go in front of a building and skate there instead. Like, kids need something to do. And to be honest, not everybody can buy the commercial properties. We have very limited commercial properties, and kids aren't traveling into the center to go do their things.
So the intent of the small scale is basically to allow something in residential, right?
Yes, by permit.
That's the intent.
But, yeah, right. So why don't we just call it that? That'd be a third use. I'll grant you that. That way we can separate that out and maybe tie it to something similar to what the AD already does, right? For size, be like a percentage no greater than 900 or 1,000. And that kind of covers, keeping it residential but also letting it be useful. We don't tie it to fees or anything. Then we'll have two other definitions for stuff outside residentials.
If we're gonna attach a size limit to it, I'm cool with keeping it as a separate thing. But from what I saw is just, I had a bunch of categories, I redefined them, and then also was given a list of a bunch of new definitions that were added by Mark, and I'm just trying to figure out where it goes from there.
I don't have.
There were more definitions added by Mark to this, so that complicates this. I'm trying to argue against something that was added.
Yeah.
So
I don't see any need for commercial indoor and indoor. I think those are pretty much the same. Same thing with outdoor. So we can go from 5 to 3, whichever ones we choose. And then the only question is, do we have an additional carve out for small scale?
Or do we just say indoor recreation and just have is there a bylaw thing that says that indoor recreation cannot exceed a certain size in the residential zone? Does it have to be another definition? Or is it like design
you
criteria?
could say you could say small scale recreation, I think it's a separate definition anyway, even if you take out the uses, it's still the C uses defined below size limitation X. That's how I would, you could do it that way.
If we're gonna put a size to it, then it makes sense to have three.
Yeah.
3 uses. But other than that, it's just indoor and outdoor, in my mind.
Yeah, and if you want to say, what is the scale of small scale, if we're going to put a number on it, or a percentage, or specific thoughts or comments there?
I can't imagine many like arcades, bowling alleys, laser tag facilities, or gymnasiums that are going to be too small.
I don't want a laser tag facility though.
Well, it's in there. I mean, I don't mind it. I don't mind the idea, but I don't think it's going to be small.
Commercial one, fine.
Wow,
I have no idea no problem going to extreme craze with the kids in Foxborough, but
to Laura's point about the guy that built the barn, what if he puts like a batting cage back there, creates, if we don't put
it's
some kind of
accessory use, so it doesn't matter.
Okay.
But I understand what you're saying.
But I'm saying
I guess.
scale to size, like if all of a sudden this becomes,
Yeah.
Right now, we're at 10,000 square feet.
Right. So the sizing, if we're not, my mind would say 10,000 or maybe smaller.
Well, then we already have that limit.
For what?
Where?
10,000 square feet. Any commercial facility is a special permit to go more than 10,000 square feet.
In residential?
In our uses table.
Any commercial facility over 10. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
we wouldn't have to add a scale, so then we don't need the new definition. And it can be 2.
now that I think about it, you can have those 9,990 square foot buildings are not small.
No.
I'm thinking about the one next to the dance studio in Old Colony. That's big.
Well, again, this is on residential, right? So maybe you can
Yeah.
make a percentage, like 75, no larger than 75% of the residential building on the property.
No, this is to be on its own property. This is not
So it's a
accessory.
primary use, so it would have to be,
It would just be like any other building. There's no percentage.
Percentage of the lot?
For other things.
I mean, percentage of the lot on an R80 is still
I'll
going to be
say-
probably high.
then I'll say 5,000 then. Do you want to go to 5,000? It's by permit. If you're over 10, you're in standard commercial building. So you're going by those regs. I'm just thinking of roughly half of that building on the colony next to, or whatever the dance studio is.
Which one? Oh, the new, is it cheerleading place?
No, down past, no,
I
further
know.
down.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the newer one. That's
That's
Good.
under 10.
That's under 10?
It was like 9 something because they sell those prefab to be just under 10,000 square foot requirements, just to meet bylaws like ours.
All right, that is big.
Yeah, so that's my scale of like, you could put a big thing in there.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm thinking
You know,
like, the dance studio is probably about 5.
Yeah. I mean, I'd like the use to determine it, but I understand if we need
So that
a
would be my,
square footage, then
my light red line. If anybody wants to try and move me off it, then go for it. I know I'm just one voice.
I'm just trying to think. I live on a 5,000 square foot yard, so I'm trying to picture what I could do on it. I certainly can't hit a baseball.
if you had a
You need to
net,
practice.
if you had the netting, you could.
If it's small, if you're gonna have a small scale, I just want to make sure it fits in the residence, so I think 5,000 is appropriate.
I'm okay with it. Yeah, that's fine with me. I don't mind.
Okay.
Yep.
5,000 sounds good in the residential zone.
That sounds like we're down to 3 definitions.
Yes.
That's
So,
cool.
Paul, we would do we have, Laura, you've been, I'll say it again, through the trenches with these, do you have specific things that you would want to call out between indoor and commercial facility indoor? I think they're largely the same. I have no objections to using Steve's revisions.
Yeah, I don't understand the,
nuances between them, I don't
Yeah,
see are significant, so I would delete the ones that say commercial facility in the middle.
I'm more talking about the uses in general.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know why we added a whole new list of things.
Yeah. Do we have objections to deleting the one that say commercial facility in the middle of the title for both indoor and outdoor?
Well, you can't delete outdoor because we don't have a replacement for outdoor.
Don't we?
I think that's.
We do, it's just recreational facility, whether it takes place indoor or outdoors.
Oh,
It's
is that
in-
why we have two definitions?
I covered it.
No, because we have recreational facility defined and then a new definition called recreational facilities.
I'm telling you, Mark added a bunch of stuff and it confused everybody.
Okay.
Yeah, but the one
the
that
blue
Steve
one is
added for
yours.
recreational facilities was for primarily outdoor use.
Okay.
So, I'm sorry, I'm confused. The blue,
So we only had 4, we didn't have 5? Great. So, commercial facility, outdoor. We have commercial facility indoor, and then we have just indoor. So I'll go back to the other point in reverse.
The commercial recreational outdoor thing, Mark added that, and
Yeah.
all those things were added in by Mark. Driving range, golf course. Golf course is listed separately on our uses table, by the way. Bathing beach, which is in
not
passive
anymore.
recreation. Sports club, which would fall under a club category, which we also have. Horseback riding stable, which would go under agriculture with the horse farm. Boathouse, which would probably fall on a club. Game preserve, which would be a lodge or a club situation. I mean, all of those things fall under other uses. It's
Yeah. Okay. So Steve, if you don't like that definition,
I don't.
what would be the replacement? Is it on the page?
I put it there in mine, bro.
Paul, is it just not showing up with the markup?
The recreational facilities?
Just
Which one is, just to make sure that we're talking about the same thing?
Recreational facilities?
So that one. Okay, so those aren't sub-definitions, that's just an indent.
Yeah, this was Steve's.
So Steve's
For outdoors.
suggestion would be recreational facilities, period. It has everything. And then the only other definition would be small scale indoor, is that correct?
yes.
Okay. I apologize that it took me 15 minutes to get
That's
there.
okay. That's literally the two, just the 2 lines.
Okay.
That's what I said.
So, we have so do we feel like there's a need to differentiate indoor and outdoor?
I think we're specific about the indoor one. I think for the other one, it can be indoor or outdoor. It's a facility that takes place.
Everybody, I would love
Thank
to
you,
stay for the
Peter.
whole meeting, but I gotta get back to my place.
okay.
Understood.
Good night.
Have a good night, Pete.
I'm envious of you, Peter.
You take me with you.
Do we
So-
have, I think it depends on if we had different, I don't remember what we had for allowances in the use table. If there were separate
Night,
allowances, we
everyone.
need separate definitions.
Okay. I think we now understand what we're talking about now.
So in our uses table, we have commercial recreational facilities, I think, as it's listed, and small scale indoor recreation. Then we also have like passive recreation and that kind of stuff. But for these two, we have
2 line items.
So I have a question.
essentially all I did was remove commercial from commercial recreational facilities.
Okay.
Is this replacing that?
Yes.
Because this already existed. This, I'm assuming, is new from you.
Well, this doesn't exist. Mark added it. It's not what's written in our uses table. Everything's being confused because.
Well, I get
things-
it, but yeah, I mean, we're taking what the lawyer provided us as
Yes.
definitions.
We don't need to like it, but
I mean,
Yes.
let's
But that's not to
I'll give
replace
Mark a lot
this.
of credit for his work, but he's not imperfect. He's definitely made some mistakes here.
Oh, yeah,
And-
we all have.
But my question is this to replace that?
Okay.
Is that the intent? That's all I'm trying to establish.
My argument wasn't to replace. I was defining what is in our thing now.
Okay.
Like, we have a use,
Okay.
recreational facilities, including tennis and other playing courts. This is the definition for that,
Okay.
which
So
explains.
striking this, so meaning this is the main category and the subcategories fall under it, or is this?
There was
also
no
The
subcategories.
indent is irrelevant.
Okay.
There is
There's
no subcategories.
That's
Okay.
where I got confused.
Okay, I'm there too.
So,
It's just these two.
so.
That's all I'm recommending.
So the recommendation from Steve is recreational facilities, the definition right there on the screen, and then the extra delineation for small scale indoor for additional potential permitting, and that's it.
Yes.
So that would delete recreational facility above and recreation indoor, recreational commercial outdoor, recreational commercial indoor below it.
No, I think he wants to keep recreation indoor, no?
No.
Or now am I confused?
No, he wants
It's
one
late.
recreational facilities.
I
and
only
small
want the
scale.
two blue ones. That is it. These are
Okay.
the only two.
But
Yeah.
unless I'm wrong, Tim just said we're gonna strike recreation indoor.
That's what you want, right? You want
No.
recreational facilities and then small scale only. That's the
No.
delineation.
No,
That's
no,
not what he wants.
No, my recommendation was recreational facilities,
Yeah,
which covers indoor or outdoor of whatever scale,
yes.
and then just indoor recreation. We just scratched the small scale because there was no scale to it, and it just means the recreation all takes place indoor. There is no outdoor component.
But we just added that 5,000 square foot.
We just did. That's why,
Yeah.
So we can separate the two there if you want, but the recommendation was made prior to any scaling.
Okay, sorry. So, we have recreational facilities as the, I'll call it the parent. And I mean, the recommendation is recreation indoor, and then we've added a delineation for small scale indoor. So we would, so,
I would, if I was gonna add the delineation, I don't need, like, I would still like my definition of indoor recreation, but just include the small scale and put the size.
yeah, I'm getting
Okay.
there. I'm getting there. So, with those three, do we have any objections? And then I'm going to propose a simplification, small scale indoor. Okay?
So then we can,
So-
so
We
the
would
commercial
deleting-
facility where both of the indoor and
Those
outdoor
can go away,
deleted,
yes.
okay.
So what I would do is I would, Paul, can you put recreation indoor small scale below recreation indoor? And then say, the definition would be small scale recreational use, indoor recreation as defined above. And then delete everything in the middle. And then delete everything, including herein. And replace it with and. So, small scale thing that we say qualifies. So if somebody came up with a weird, wacky thing at 4,999 square feet and you didn't like it, we could say no, and then such we have the size.
I'm comfortable where it is now.
Any objections? Okay, let's move on. I have deleted 3 lines of text. Okay, we're done with those. those are the ones that we added with the new one, I think. So that one's already covered.
We just moved this one as PGA, nothing.
That's fine.
Steve added studio as a use. So visual and performance art studios, galleries.
And this is a primary use. So you're thinking like Mass Arts Center or something?
Pretty much.
And where do we have this in the uses table right now?
We don't. It's just in small scale indoor recreation, just art or dance or martial arts studio.
So there's no specific use table requirement for studio at this point?
No. But there's no exhibition space or anything either.
Right.
Concert halls and theater was
Right.
added by Mark to recreational facilities.
I have no objection to that definition, especially if nothing's tied to it. Is anybody else? I don't. If it's not tied to the uses table, that seems like an appropriate definition for a studio.
I did suggest adding it to the uses table separately, but that's
Yeah,
that's a good definition for studio. If we don't add it separately, that's still the definition, but
yeah, I think that's appropriate for a definition for studio. Is that all of the wording notes, and then we're on the uses table?
Yes, so we're
Okay.
going to remove that,
Okay.
and then,
We may need to bring it back up, so don't close it.
no, I won't, but,
Or is that your cup, or did somebody leave that in front of you?
The Yeti cup.
I think somebody left it.
Oh, that's Gavin's. Gavin had it.
I don't have his, I'm not connected with him, but we can probably snag it for him later.
We can bring it to on finance on Monday.
Yeah.
just bring one for everyone.
Okay.
So this is now the, again, the updated use table. So here are some, let me just start flagging these. So Steve went ahead and expanded on multifamily dwelling, because typically what we do is we have it as 3 or more units. Steve had a category multifamily up to 4 units, and then a multifamily commercial 5 or more units. And then with that, his thoughts on where it should be allowed.
So, okay. So we have, just restate that again, Paul.
So we have, let me switch it to,
Yep, you had the right tab.
I can clarify it if you'd like.
Oh, just
yeah, sure.
We have multifamily in our uses table right now. It's 3 or more units. So I just suggested we separate it between non-commercial and commercial. Essentially, anything 5 or more units is a commercial building. Any 4 or less is like the traditional quadplex and non-commercial tax rate. And it sort of defines, it gives us a better, at least one gradient of zoning multifamily.
And the only change to the uses table is that you have
No.
pulled
No
it
on
out of
R40.
R40, and so you've made no changes to multifamily up to 4, and you've made multifamily 5 or more restricted.
That's what I've done, yes.
Okay. Comments, thoughts? I mean, I think it doesn't not make sense. I'm inclined to go with it unless somebody feels there's an objection here. Okay.
With regards to the MBTA, where we just said anything multifamily is 3 units or over.
Within that overlay, it's a separate set of zoning rules.
Okay.
Also, I don't think we defined how many units. We just said multifamily.
It does in the presentation that we're giving.
Okay.
I think it said multifamily is 3 or more, but the overlay language is separate from base zoning language, so.
It would just override both of them.
It would just be choose your own adventure.
Right.
Yeah, you have to choose the overlay, you choose the zoning. Okay. So, no objections to adding the additional differentiation for 5 or more units and restricting it from R40? If not, let's move on. Top of the shop. We have a suggestion to add planning board approval in residential to top of the shop instead of no.
Again, with the new definition, it would be limited to only the things that are allowed in that district. It's not a way. It's not a way to sneak anything.
You couldn't throw an industrial use below residential.
No, or a warehouse, or even most things.
It
Could
does
possibly be a
introduce
school,
additional
daycare.
commercialness into residential, potentially.
Only the things that are already allowed in the residential zone.
Right, but we're not limiting the scale.
Well, if it's top of the shop, it's going to be scaled by the size of somebody's house, probably.
Right, but
Yeah.
I mean, look at the house he just showed.
It's also not impossible for us to have
I see
the 10,000 square foot limit.
I'm sorry, I just don't know, is there time for me to speak or not?
No, I hear you. I was trying to get through everything and hope we could address whatever comments were outstanding before I called you up here. At this point, I think I'm going back on my thought process there. To the use table specifically, did you want to make comments now? Okay. I was trying to pick off all of the low-hanging fruit, and then you would go, everything's perfect. Not that that would happen, but I was going to try.
I want to thank you guys for the work you did on the body of it. It's a Herculean task, and I really want to compliment you for it. I wrote to the board, I think you may have circulated, my concern, I dispute some of these and whatever. I'm sorry, Oren Siegel, 28 Cotting Road. But the description of what's in the warrant is basically limited to reorganize and create new numbering systems. That's fine. Beyond that, I think it's legitimate to say to the community, we did that in addition to introducing current law that we need to comply with. My question first starts with, when someone comes to town meeting, what are they going to get? I saw Mark give months ago, a brief outline, major, non-major. I don't know whether they're going to highlight anything. Are they going to get a copy of the 174-page bylaw as they walk in? And are they going to be sitting there looking at a use table and trying to find a definition in a 174-page document? The question I have is, the things you're doing are right and need to be done. I think if you just look to the description of what you're saying to the community you're doing, I think they're going to step back and they're going to roll their eyes at all this. If you tell them it's basically reorganizing, renumbering, and bringing us up into compliance, everybody will say, goodbye, fine. You start introducing things, and I don't know which one will trigger somebody. It may even trigger me, for God's sakes. Some of these things where you're introducing commercial things into residential areas, and you minimize one, but all of that is just raising questions. And if I see those questions, then I question what's in this 174-page document. And I understand where you're coming from, but if I were presenting it, I would want to stay away from that. There's plenty of opportunities to come back to the use table, and there are many things that probably are warranted. The reorganization is fine. Steve has taken things and put them where they should be. That's okay, and that falls into what you've said. But when you take it to the next step, you're losing the credibility with the town, and at this next meeting, that's the last thing you want to do. And I think I've indicated the things I have complaints with. I'm not going to, it's late. You guys know what they are. I could raise them again and again. And I'm happy to raise them in a different form, in a different location, but I would urge them, stay away from that for the next meeting. That's it. Thank you.
I'll say, this is gonna come before we talk about MBTA, so this will be the first, right?
Right, and
Yes.
it just sets up the
Yeah.
community for what's coming.
Yes. We had discussions about what belongs in recodification throughout this whole process, so, yeah, thank you. Yeah. So, Oren's comments, I think we've heard them before, we've heard them again this evening.
I agree. I think it's gonna muddy the water and create a whole lot of trouble.
So, are we specific, are we talking about the line item at the top of the shop there?
When we talk about the introduction, I know one of the things you talked about was the winery and the horticulture and all that stuff. All of a sudden now someone adds that. I agree with you.
So, Jim, do you have any objection to going back to the line by line here? I'm trying to get through this.
I'm okay with not pushing top of the shop.
Okay.
Just, I'm fine with getting through it. I think it's a good idea, but I don't need to defend it right now.
Oh yeah, I think it's a good idea, but I think he's right. It should be a separate discussion.
Again, I'm coming from the point of stuff was getting changed around me, so why would I not throw my suggestions in?
Oh, I know. Yeah.
So that's where I'm coming from, and you know, there's a presupposition to this whole thing that we are adding commercial uses to the residential zone. That wasn't my initial start, although I support it. The rest of the board said we should put arcades and all this stuff in the residential. I like that, but I don't think I'm the only one suggesting. If we're gonna put arcades or whatever, why not let it be under somebody's house on the bottom floor? That's sort of.
I think I still have your original use table suggestion from 3 years ago.
Oh god, yeah, that one. Yeah, it's outdated now, but use it as a good reference for growth.
So top of the shop in commercial? That seems to make sense.
I would absolutely, by right, it should be in commercial.
If you want to have a shop and put something on top of it, yeah, I think that fits in the commercial zone. Yeah. That is, yeah. That's the store with the apartment on top.
Yep.
Strangely enough, it is not allowed in our current bylaws in commercial.
Yeah.
Right. Multifamily isn't.
Let's not take our current bylaws as what should be here. It's,
We have an MBTA for that. We're okay.
okay. The next line is mixed use. Is that a new addition line?
Yeah, we didn't have mixed use in the.
That's a new addition.
Yeah.
So again, are we advocating for mixed use in the residential zone?
Considering our discussion we just had, it probably should just mirror top of the shop. And that restrictive.
So restrict mixed use from the residential zone also? I think they're pretty equal. I mean, both of them are mixing. It's just on top or next to each other. They're both commercial uses in the residential zone. If we're gonna permit one, I don't see why the other one wouldn't.
Right. It would just be introducing commercial uses into residential.
So is the.
And again, it would still be only the uses that are allowed in that district anyway. So like residential could go there and a daycare could go on the same lot and maybe a farm. You could have multiple primary uses or whatever, but only what's already allowed in the residential zone. Nothing that wouldn't be there anyways.
So it's.
I can advocate for it, but I'm not gonna fight it.
So the two paths are allowing it by permit in the residential zones, or I think to Eric's point, copying what we just discussed for top of the shop. Is that correct?
Correct. I think approaching it next time will be the better bet.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
So.
If we didn't have such a big thing with the MBTA overlay, trying to get through, this would be an entirely different picture, but that's not what's gonna happen.
I've talked about what belonging recodification even, and I thought MBTA was going to be done, and it wasn't. There was discussion about mobile home and whether we should remove the temporary parentheticals from the existing bylaw. I assume that's what the highlight's for.
Right.
Yeah, the temporary was removed because the definition of mobile home that we currently have allows for temporary.
But it allows for not temporary as well.
Correct, both.
So you're saying we need a new definition?
Saying
Or a
the-
separate line item for,
She's saying the current definition covers both options.
Whereas
but
our,
it doesn't have a restriction on temporary use
correct.
in the definition. Okay.
I believe anybody should be able to build their house however they want.
So if they want to put a mobile home there, that's their choice.
That's their choice. That's a personal freedom. It has nothing to do with us. If the building department says it's fine, it's fine. If the building commissioner, whatever, if it fits the standards, it meets all the setbacks. It meets code. Why are we gonna deny a building that meets code?
I think the concern that had been raised was in terms of fitting with the neighborhood and things like that. So that's a question here for, yeah, that's a self-determination versus neighborhood character discussion, I guess. On paper right now, it is planning board in residential and in village commercial and no elsewhere. Any suggested changes there? Or moving on to row 8,
Row 8,
or sorry, row 7.
row 7.
Okay. So tourist home, I see 2 track changes which put yes from planning board and VCC and yes from no in commercial. Tourist home by our definition is basically like an owner occupied house which has rooms to rent, correct?
Yes.
Essentially.
Yes.
Which feels more,
Definitely village commercial fits.
But how does commercial fit?
I feel like it was already, I think in our uses table it was already allowed, one of them.
it says no. The
Okay.
track change is for yes. I was thinking no for commercial,
Agreed.
No for commercials then, so that's fine with me, but yes for
and then
VCC.
yes, is it by right in VCC or is it special permit?
So, well, one more thing, then we're getting into it. Top of the shop, if we're gonna do that in commercial, what are the housing we're allowing on top? So right now, would it be limited to the hotels, senior housing, and long-term care?
Because nothing's allowed, is that why? Because we've gone back to, it has to follow the underlying zone. Yeah, this is where we get into layers on ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's finish tourist home first, and then we can go back to that for a second here. We gotta,
Do you need the definition for tourist home? Okay.
so, I'm just asking, I think I would be inclined just to leave it at planning board rather than change it.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's for tourist home in row 7. So the question is now for top of the shop, Steve? That's what you're asking for, top of the shop.
Well, for top of the shop in the commercial zone,
Right now, we have no residential uses allowed in the commercial zone. Is that what you're?
well, our residential uses on that chart, in the residential chart, would be hotels or motels, bed and breakfast.
no-
Bed and breakfast is allowed in, that's why, bed and breakfast is allowed in commercial. So that's why I said tourist home should be allowed.
Okay,
Bed and breakfast is by right.
yeah.
So that single family home with 3 guests, or a single family home with up to 10 guests.
Yeah. I guess the question would be, do we want to allow any residential and commercial?
So do we remove bed and breakfast, or do we update tourist home? Because right now, bed and breakfast is allowed by right.
inclined, I mean, there is a difference.
There is.
Um,
I'd say bed and breakfast is a commercial use. Tourist home is where somebody lives.
Agreed.
The tourist home is, I mean, they have the same rules. It's just more rooms, and they don't have to provide breakfast.
But a tourist
But it's-
home, somebody could just live there permanently.
No, they
Bed and-
can't.
No,
It literally,
it's
you can only
capital
stay for 14 days.
system. Yeah, because we went through it with.
It's not lodging.
East-
It's not the
West
same.
Main, East Main.
There's no
But what comes
limit
first?
here.
The
There's no limit here on
residential or
tourist
the
homes.
tourist home? Like what comes first?
It's.
Because if we're talking residential and
yeah.
commercial, how are you getting it there to begin with?
I think with tourist home and bed and breakfast,
It's an
there's an
anomaly that's already
established
there.
delineation in town, so I'm
We're
inclined to
muddying
leave
the
them alone.
waters.
Yeah, a tourist home has no restriction on time spent there.
I don't believe that's true.
No, I understand.
The
what you're
actual
saying.
definition.
I understand. Okay. And then we have lodging and boarding establishment, hotel and motel. And row 8 here. So we have.
We have already struck lodging and boarding establishments months ago.
Okay. So it should be just hotel and motel, Laura?
Yes.
Strike it.
And then the suggested change is to go from yes to planning board and commercial and industrial for those uses. I see no issues with that.
Yeah.
Okay. Done. Next ones are the senior housing and long-term care. We've added now the not senior housing long-term care definition, which we needed. The only differentiation is that it's not allowed in VCC, but senior housing are allowed by special permit.
I think we had to by law. I don't
That's
think we
fine.
could restrict it, was the issue.
So the only reason for the differentiation is because we can, is that?
I think, I don't know. I would have made them align, but
I understand the need for two definitions and two different lines.
yeah,
My feeling would be to match them.
that was my thought. Is it would mirror senior housing?
Because the use is,
Pretty much the same.
It
It's
should
just
be
the age of the
similar.
person inside, yeah.
in theory, yes. Objections?
No.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Warren Siegel, 28 Cutting Road. One thing that I'd like to point out, you've wrapped in senior housing into senior housing facility. The facilities are more of a commercial operation, and the senior housing is a residential area that's typically just by special permit. The problem is, under the facility, we have a number of restrictions that really wouldn't apply to senior housing, such as transportation services, public safety, and possible dimensions and setback requirements that don't exist now, other than what's normally in the zone. My suggestion would be, this separates senior housing listed in addition to senior housing facility, and leave that separate, because it doesn't fall under the facility definition very well. It has its own definition of being 55 and over, and it's typically been just subject to a special permit within a residential area, because it is a residential housing, as opposed to the others being more commercial.
I did write that in my suggestion, and it said senior housing or senior housing facility, or senior care facility.
It should be N, it's either one, they're both allowed.
Or end, either way, but.
So in terms of so is the slash what we're talking about here?
It's just not having senior housing as a standalone.
It is about having
So this-
senior housing as standalone.
Yeah, he said just.
Well, that's what I mean, like, we don't have that as a standalone. That's his thing, is that it's not separated as a
Right,
separate.
it has been.
It was.
Right, and I'm just saying, leave it there, you can add in addition to senior housing facility and have the same apply. But, and then you may need to change that definition, because right now, the facility includes senior housing, and it has requirements that don't apply to senior housing.
Wouldn't the definition below that cover senior housing that's not covered under?
No, it's the senior housing should be alone, and then senior care facility would all technically fall under long-term care facilities. They
Well, the problem is we already have a long-term care facility definition under senior housing facility.
Yeah, Mark complicated it by doing that. We had two separate things. We had one
I
for
thought
people
we
who
just
were
went over
informed.
that. We did one definition. We have the one definition that's the state regs or the standard
Yeah.
regs, and we have one definition that's not age restricted. Those are the two things that we should have here.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the not ones that are not age restricted should apply to all ages.
Yeah, that's long-term care facilities, hospital. That's line 13 or 12.
Right.
Should be 12.
It should be 12. So that covers any age group,
Right.
including seniors.
Correct.
Senior housing
Yeah.
is just a 55-year and up community.
Okay.
By making senior care facility, Mark complicated that.
Okay. So the suggestion, Steve, is to copy row 11 and just make it senior housing as a second row.
We just have senior housing and then a separate option, a senior care facility would cover it, but it's redundant. Senior care facility just exists within long-term care facilities. It was an unneeded addition. The only purpose of it was to create a cluster where it was both senior
11
housing
becomes senior
and
housing, and then 12 becomes long-term care facility. Just scratch
Just that's
the
it,
senior
yeah.
care facility.
Right.
And get rid of it.
it was an unneeded addition and complication.
So
Senior
just
housing.
keep senior housing.
Just senior housing for 11.
I would keep senior housing facility because that matches the actual definition.
But that changes it. The definition broke what was
We
there.
added the definition.
But it says see 8.3, and 8.3 is senior housing facility.
Right.
I've been bringing this up for a month. It should have been fixed last month. We're at the end date.
I agree.
It should have been fixed already.
So, we have, so, leave facility in there, Paul.
You have to write or then or something. Senior housing or senior housing facility.
I'm fine with that. Senior housing or senior housing facility. So that way it's differentiated between senior housing and senior housing facility. No, I agree. I know this is something that we've talked about. That's one of those things we've talked about 4 times and we keep talking about.
And Mark keeps saying it's protected, so
Yes. So he feels like we're adding redundancies.
yeah.
So, I think that's, okay, let's keep going. Okay,
Right off the bat, line 7. Scratch that. We don't need it.
okay,
It's
delete
in,
it.
it's in the other one.
Okay.
Sorry, no, hospital. But that passive recreation doesn't belong there either, but hospital, 7, that's covered under long-term care facilities, hospitals, nursing, like, that's another redundant. Nobody added that except Mark.
Okay. Okay. Objections? I don't have any.
I don't know.
We just covered it in long-term care, basically.
It literally says hospitals
Okay.
on the other line.
All right, but I'm pretty sure we have a definition for hospital, don't we?
It still fits in the other line. It says hospitals.
That's
Okay.
I'm fine with that.
Don't care.
And then medical center and clinic. That's a difference.
Yes.
We have that allowed in everything that says commercial.
Yep.
Good? Yes? Okay. Okay. That row will go away eventually, Paul.
Right.
Okay, funeral establishment, is that a new row or is that just clarification?
It's new wording. Mark did it, but it's actually, it just includes all the different funeral facilities and crematorium type stuff. Like, it's just inclusive.
Just a more inclusive definition with no changes to use.
Yeah.
No objections from my part. Anybody else? Okay. Now we have club or lodge, private fraternal lodge, or other nonprofit civic use.
Fraternal lodge and other nonprofit civic use is the wording we already have.
So we're adding just club or lodge private.
I would think we just stick with what, when you search online for like fraternal lodge or nonprofit, that's what comes up with like government data and tax information.
I'm pretty sure the definition of club or lodge private also just says fraternal lodge or other civic use, but whatever.
So the recommendation is to accept the adjustment to the definition?
They can both stay, that's fine.
Okay, no objections.
We have another setting for nonprofit health and recreational clubs.
Oh, we're not there yet.
That.
That's covered in the other one that we
That
had.
moved over to the other
So
table.
deleted.
Yep.
There's probably gonna be some extra rows in there. So we have open space, agricultural and outdoor uses. We've gone back on this a bunch of times. We're not allowed to put planning board approval on if they're mass general law qualified, are they?
No, this is under.
Oh, under.
So planning board is only for the properties under, and that little one next to it is the stipulation. It should be written somewhere on there. I think
Yeah,
it's
it's right underneath.
This is like all qualifying parcels will be allowed.
Okay.
Yeah.
So scroll up here again, sorry. So we're changing yes to planning board approved other than in R80.
That's what it already exists as, I think, most for a lot of it.
So it already says planning board, basically.
There's no in the village commercial, village center core, commercial zone. There's just no potential for any agriculture. So that's a switch.
Okay,
So it's by planning board approval.
Yeah. The challenge was seeing the Ys and then seeing the.
The Y is because the other wording says on a qualified parcel is allowed.
Right.
Which we don't really need to.
Right, understood.
Yeah.
So the change in the recodification in theory is to allow the potential for planning board approval of agricultural uses in commercial and industrial zones.
That would be the only result of this, yeah.
Are we comfortable with that change, or do we feel that that's something that is something we want to look at later?
Look at later. But I will say that I won't be part of that looking at later. So
No, but I
I'll
don't.
hedge mine.
Yeah, I don't have any objection to it. I mean,
Where do you see it being done?
I could see it done for marijuana.
Different table.
Different table, different uses,
Different overlay,
different laws.
Even for-
And the
even for
Supreme Court's already,
Even for the grow side?
Yeah.
yeah, they've already ruled on
It's
it.
all under its own
Never
table.
mind.
Somebody tried growing it in a greenhouse under agriculture and then it got denied after.
Okay.
Yeah.
You have to have all sorts of security and stuff
Oh,
like
yeah.
that for that.
Okay. So the existing use table for this says no in VCC, C, and I.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
That's what it says.
Okay. So our choices are to allow it by permit in the commercial zones or not. Jim, you said no.
But I am also
You could-
understanding that I'm not going to.
You were a voting member of this body at this
Then no.
moment in time. Others?
I'm okay with making it the no, if that's what the board wants. I'm totally cool with it being special permit. I'm not against
Okay.
farming.
Without hearing a strong preference either way, I'm leaning towards leave it the way it is, which would put, so is it allowed by planning board approval in the other R zones? Or is it just allowed?
Yeah, yeah. It's allowed in R80. Agriculture's by right in R80,
Right.
as it is right now, then by approval in the other residential zones. I think there's
So-
another line, like line 6 is the other line that gets replaced by that.
Okay. So, but VCC and to the right would be no. Is that?
I'm okay
the
with it.
existing? Okay. So Paul, for row 1, no for, yes, and village commercial as well.
It would still be a no with the stipulation that we can't deny it if it's a parcel large enough.
Yes. But that goes without saying.
For sure.
And, yes.
And I'm sorry,
No in village commercial.
No.
And then you're gonna accept the other insertions for the other columns to match the existing, even though it doesn't show as the existing. Because the overwrites got, because of how the definitions have shifted. So we're gonna have to just delete the extra Y.
What, so in R60 is.
Planning board is the existing.
Okay. In R40.
Correct. And then we would remove the Ys above.
Oh, well.
Yeah. And then the adjustments on the wording for these definitions, I have no objections to. Because we're already saying that, we already know that if you can do it by state law, then it doesn't matter.
So use Steve's insertion.
I mean, it's basically Steve and Mark essentially at this point. There's been so many versions of that.
It's just reword, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
So
So
just
yes.
go with the red.
That's what we just did for, yeah.
Yeah. And then I'll just delete this.
Okay. No objections to those two and number 2 and 3. And then for 4,
That's removed by number 1. It's redundant.
okay,
Number 6 is also removed by number 1.
well, hold on. let's
I don't know.
First. Okay, so 6 is removed? Yes, it is.
I don't know why the Ys are all there.
That's okay, for removing 6, it doesn't matter. 5, probably under 5 acres are less than acres, rabbits and poultry, not roosters, private cage, personal use.
Oh, that's the one that probably should be Ys though. That's probably where it meant to go. Paul, when you switched it,
Oh, 5. Oh, okay.
you didn't, yeah.
So is the suggestion to add the domestic species? Or adjust it? To replace our existing
That would
definition?
replace the,
To replace the 12 or under for personal use. And
Um,
there's a whole list online of all the species. It's just inclusive.
and,
Do we have objections to?
What is the allowances by zoning district? So R80,
It would be yes across the board.
Yes, across the board, okay.
In my opinion.
Just for the existing use? that's
Well,
what
existing
Paul said.
it's right there.
No, so it's not, so,
Which category?
so, hold on. So, before you make any more
Personal use
adjustments.
animals.
So for properties under the one that says rabbits or poultry, not roosters, the existing use table says, I know it's yes.
Yes,
for
yes,
the-
yes, special permit, no, special permit, special permit.
So the existings were correct. So one, do we want to adjust the definition to just refer to CMR 9? Or do we want to keep our old definition? Or we're rooster discriminating?
I prefer the mass definition with all the animals allowed. It just lists everything that's allowed. We don't specify if somebody can have a turtle or a lizard or hamsters or, this is just domestic species. Whatever's allowed. But not for commercial, not for a farming operation.
And it says for personal use, yeah. If somebody really likes lizards,
Bearded dragons are cute.
They are.
I don't have any objection to going to the mass list. Yeah. And then, do we want to, I think I would probably keep the allowances there.
Yeah, keep them the same, that's fine.
Is this accurate, what's here?
They're not bad.
Yes. Yeah, Laura, I read that back.
Sorry.
Okay.
Do you need it again?
Does this-
Yes, 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 planning board, no, planning board, planning board.
Okay.
Yes, correct.
It's like I'm getting good at this. Uh-oh.
We still have attendees here.
They just haven't worked out yet.
Probably.
Oh, asleep.
Okay. Okay. Let's see. So,
Number 9 and number 10, can we move those to the recreation table? They don't really fit the agricultural table.
I thought we already did that.
It should have.
okay, so 8, 9, and 10, or just 8,
No,
or just 9?
just 9, just the ones that say recreation.
Okay, so hold on. Let's hold on a second. So dog kennel, daycare, veterinary facility, that's a new definition?
It's
Or just a refined definition?
It's a refined definition.
Fine.
Okay, so let's accept that.
I think it combines a few uses, but they had
And
the
do we
same.
have any objections to the specific definitions for 9 and 10?
My only thing was with the non-commercial, but I think we've already covered it, so I'm good.
So let's accept those two definitions before we move it.
But my only thing is, it says non-commercial, and then it says whether a fee's charged or not. Does that, Mark added that, whether a fee's charged or not?
It doesn't matter. Yeah.
Okay.
Get rid of it?
Does it make
It doesn't matter. Just leave it.
Okay.
No.
Oh, well, it's whether a fee's charged or not, so.
The Parks and Recreation Commission could charge a fee to do something.
It could be for just parking.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, once we've accepted them, then we can plug them at the end. Yeah. That's just moving stuff around. But then it moves clean. Let's power through here, guys.
I'm trying. My eyes
Almost
are
done.
going cross-eyed.
We have an option.
All right, I'll just move this.
No, we don't.
Okay.
Yeah, the option is to come back tomorrow and do this up some more.
So, move it there. Okay, perfect.
Well, it looks like it's already added there with 7.
I thought it had already been moved.
It's okay. We've moved it away from the other
Just
place
keep doing
anyway.
it.
Okay, so it is up there. The passive is at the top.
It's a little different.
So, delete the one in pink.
But the one in pink was my suggestion to make it all by right also.
Oh,
The 2 that just got moved in there didn't need to get moved in there. They were just redundant. They were already in that chart. They were just also in the community chart.
okay, so
All
they were
right, so
duplicate.
delete these.
Yeah, so they were duplicative. So they need to be deleted anyway. Okay, now let's go back up. So, we have the changes here.
I should have brought snacks.
Okay, so, for in the pink, is that The whole definition is struck through. Is
It
that-
shouldn't be.
Okay. So your passive outdoor use, right now that is everywhere. Well, Steve's suggestion is everywhere. Right now it is planning board approval, not industrial. As much as I like parks, I don't see it as worth a change at this point.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Fine. And the only material change is industrial, because everything else is planning board, so we're just keeping ourselves there.
I'm comfortable.
So indoor recreation, this is where our other discussion is going to tie in here. So we do have small scale still. And we are allowing that only by special permit in the residential zones. So small scale needs to be there. So, as we talked through the definition, I think we were going to allow it. So I don't think there's anything to talk about here, since we've limited the scope and size.
Yeah.
And we have it by planning board. And then the only other differentiation is that we would need recreational facilities, period.
Yeah. In my mind.
I'm sorry, on the rec small scale?
That is, except those.
Okay, except the.
Because we've eliminated, because we talked through the size limitation for that. Thinking of like the martial arts studio on Mansfield Avenue or something like that. So, the only remaining definition that we would need for recreation facilities is one definition, correct?
That's what I.
Based on what
that's
we
what I
talked
said.
through.
Yeah.
So, right now, since we have multiple ones here,
With different allowances.
my inclination is to go with, so recreational facilities, we have indoor and outdoor definitions we still have.
I think number 4 was the one that we have in our thing right now. Number 3 is the addition.
Okay. So do we need number 3?
No.
So 3 is out.
But do we have separate definitions for indoor and outdoor, or just the one?
I think we have definitions for it, but
So, okay.
I think we
So-
tabled it until we looked at the use table because we had different allowances depending on whether it was indoor or outdoor.
Okay. So, I would say any objections to removing 3 and removing outdoor from number 4 and having those rules apply for everything?
no objection.
Having which rules apply to everything?
The ones on
Indoor,
number 4.
outdoor.
So, I'm sorry, with
Hold
4.
on. Let us agree before you do it.
No, I'm just trying to get clarification here on 4. 3 is out.
So, we would remove outdoor from number 4.
And 4, we just cover facilities that may or may not be outdoor.
Exactly. So, that would cover that. And in terms of the rules that apply, right now, it would be planning board, be yes in commercial industrial, planning board and village commercial. The proposal, I would say, leave that alone, since we have added the small scale above. So we're saying, if it's small scale, you can put it in residential, otherwise you can't.
I'm a big advocate for recreation, but we have more meetings in the future. We can table it for now.
You can, yeah. you can-
I'll advocate for more later.
I'd also recommend not striking out the exclusions.
No objection to that.
So keep the not including.
Not including drive-ins and not less than 150 feet from a residential boundary. That'll
That's
raise
fine.
So keep
eyebrows.
it, and then where it's allowed, so we're keeping the.
Removing all the additions, or rejecting them.
Should I would just no change, but for village commercial, should it just be a yes? We're gonna deny recreation there.
Planning board. The planning board.
Yeah. Either way.
So Paul, in VCC, planning board, there you go. So 5, that is allowing for more uses in residential than was previously. Is that correct, or is that just definition clarification you move?
For which one?
5.
That would be allowing it in the residential where it's currently not. The definition is what it is in our thing.
Okay.
I mean the language, the word, nonprofit membership.
And the differentiation between.
We're getting kicked out.
We're getting and the differentiation between.
It's 12 o'clock.
Cinderella, the clock just.
Between 5 and 6.
Funny.
Jesus.
And the differentiation between 5 and not 5. The one below it.
Oh, hold on, I gotta bring this up now.
Health and
If
fitness.
there's a look, the
used to
only
be
differentiation is that it's allowed by special. There's no differentiation in the uses, in the proposed uses. My inclination would be to leave it as it is, but I'm fine keeping the 2 different definitions.
Good with that.
Okay.
And it looks like 6 for recreational camp is just a clarification of the definition. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's just to allow overnights. Recreational camp.
Yeah.
As a yeah.
So Paul, on number 5, you can accept the new definition. Yeah. And then reject those 4. And then accept all the row below them, since they'll be the same. Or not the same, close enough. I think that's fine. And then we're accepting the new definition for 6. No. Yeah, that's fine. Okay.
I'll have to
Let's keep
renumber all
going.
of this.
Yeah, let's keep going. We're almost there. I think.
I saw the cursor, you're full of it.
Yeah.
I don't think it goes all the way down.
We're on 5 of 12 tables.
Okay. But I think we're gonna move fast.
Get less controversial as we go.
So, public parks,
we'll find a way.
recreation areas, playgrounds, that's a new ad?
No, that's
That
already
was
in
the one
there.
that was moved over.
So accept it and move on?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Office uses. Yeah, that's fine. And deleting number 4 is fine.
Yep.
Oop, that did a bunch of stuff.
Undo.
Yes. Yeah, it's not clicking the right place. I see what you're trying to do there. There we go. That's fine. It won't you just accept all of them at once?
No,
it doesn't.
Okay.
with a table, it's
And just keep going. I just
Fussy.
want to.
Sometimes it accepts other things.
Tomorrow.
5. No, is that just a refined definition? I'm fine with that.
yeah, it was
We've
just
talked about
updating it. It was
We've
real
talked about it,
outdated
yeah.
tech
Mm-hmm.
language.
Yeah, we've talked about it. It's fine. and as we discussed, I think we didn't have any differentiation between these, and the definitions here are,
Yeah, we're keeping 3 and striking the next 3 down, so the ones that are in blue.
I think we were keeping
No, we just kept the definition, we didn't put it in the use table. We said we weren't gonna put it in the use
okay,
table yet.
so we're deleting everything in blue there for now.
For now.
Okay. Yep, that's fine. Okay, we're just adding the definition, that's fine. It's the use for, here we go, okay. Neighborhood shop, we talked about.
Did we touch brewery or winery?
Yeah, do we want
Yeah.
to talk about that one?
Scratch that from the residential zone. I think, like in my mind.
Okay.
I know that's gonna come up at the meeting.
That's fine. We talked about it, yeah. And the neighborhood shop, we talked about at length. So I think that we're good to carry that through. Unless there's any further discussion. Hearing none. Let's move on. Okay. No objection to adding gasoline station to the definition for motor vehicle light service.
None.
It's there anyway.
It's already included under motor vehicle light service, but
Yeah,
I don't care.
whatever.
Yeah.
Maybe car wash too.
That's fine, yeah. It's a light service to a car. And then this is an addition to motor vehicle sales and leasing, sales which have newer used vehicles, construction, material and equipment, farm equipment, and machinery.
It's kind of a combination of 2 that were separated. There was like,
I don't have any objection to that in those zones.
Fine.
Yeah. Just, Paul, when we do that, can you just make sure you change uses to used in the middle of that? This is a typo. Okay. Car wash recovered, so we can remove it in number 7. Common driveway, it's just a move, so it can stay there.
Yep.
And number 9 is fine as well, because it's just a move. Okay.
Next 2 are easy.
Okay, yes. All right, move on.
It's okay.
We're getting there.
This one just goes away, that's fine. Let's delete it, we can just move on. Okay. Yeah, we're good. Marijuana, we just had references.
Yeah.
That's fine. Industrial uses. We've already, number 2, we already added somewhere else.
Just moved.
Yeah. So this is an edit, correct? Just to say factories instead of manufacturing?
I would
it was
leave
to
both.
consolidate 2 uses.
Okay. That's fine. That definitely belongs in industrial use. Yeah, and that, no objections to, yeah, that's fine. Self-storage, do we need a separate line item?
I don't. I think it needs to be removed and not by right in village commercial. I think it should not be right in commercial either. Probably it should just be special permit like the warehouses and storage facilities. We approved self-storage under that, so.
Do we have
I think-
objections to one side of the fence or the other on this?
I think if we were going to be more specific and talk about like smaller storage lockers, we should make that. But
Okay.
Paul felt strongly about this one.
Feeling less strong about it now.
It's midnight.
Battle fatigue. I think self-storage is different from warehousing, but
From a use perspective, is similar
Self-storage
amounts of
implies a
traffic.
car pulling up and
Similar
somebody putting it in.
footprint.
yeah, but the traffic usage is different.
Yeah, but it's still,
And what gets stored is different.
the trips are different, but the volumes at any one time are probably similar or less.
I would think self-storage is busier on weekends when people are moving, or at night.
It's also not an attraction.
Yeah, but
I go by self-storage all the time. I never see them busy, ever.
They're not overly busy, but it belongs in the industrial zone or commercial. It doesn't really belong on like Main Street.
yeah, no, I have no objections to including it in warehouse and removing the strike-through, removing it as its own thing. That's it. And when you start putting it in different places, then you get into, well, what is it supposed to look like? Right before I joined the board, there was the self-storage over by the Glen went in,
Hmm.
and there were all sorts of issues with that, because the builder built the wrong plans. That was fun. The planning board approved like this design that was gonna fit with the abutting residential uses, and they just didn't build it the way that they approved, and then they went, our builder messed up.
Easier to ask for forgiveness, huh?
It seemed honest. So, we have wholesale distribution, that is just a straight-through recommendation, is that,
Yeah, it was in,
I agree that that's a warehouse,
yeah.
Yeah. It's a distribution center.
which is
Yeah, it's
warehouse.
it's covered,
Yes.
so. And it's the same
I've
use,
been out of
same
commercial
uses.
real estate for a little while, and I know that much. Okay. Those are just moves?
Yeah, and
So
we
no
added general
objections?
infrastructure, utility.
Sure.
We don't have a definition for utility. It shouldn't be capitalized. We have public utilities.
Okay. So your request, Laura, is just for lowercase u?
Yeah. I don't like it because it's a heading though. But I don't want to
It is
confuse.
a utility.
Yeah, but we
Solar is
have
a
a definition
utility.
for public utility and these aren't them.
Yeah, solar is kind of. But, yeah, I don't have any objections to these. Paul, do you have objections if we just keep scrolling?
I just want to get them approved.
That's fine. I asked. Okay, this is an alternate definition here.
Sort of
Is
just
that
a,
correct?
more of a combination, just up to the highest level. For
So
the home,
it's
home
deleting-
occupations.
Your suggestion is delete 3 and 4 and combine everything into 2?
Yeah, we allow a home business with 2 employees by right, and for 3 employees, it becomes a special permit. But I just, in general, I think home businesses should just be allowed. They got to go through other procedures anyways. It seems odd to deny the business based on 1 more employee, where they otherwise would be allowed.
I think the intention was to have that in terms of scale. So,
I'm inclined to put it back the way it was. Just so we don't have a fight on our hands.
Agreed.
yeah, I'm leaning towards not fight on this one.
Okay.
Yeah, so let's reject the insertion and then undo the strike-throughs for the other ones, Laura. Would that be the way it is?
Yep.
Yeah, it's almost all by right anyways, so.
Yeah.
Right,
So, no, you're there.
no, so just,
Unstrike through 3 and 4. Yeah. and then everything else is, yeah. At this point, you're just sticking out by stubbornness, Orin, is
No, I
that?
was wondering if you need any help putting chairs away. If you leave them like this, or do we have a hall?
We'll do it in the morning.
Thank you.
Thank you, Orin.
Night, Orin.
Thanks, Orin.
Have a good night.
You toughed it out.
Okay. That's fine. Leave it. No, it's there already, I think. Laura, that's supposed to stay there, correct?
Yeah, 3 and 4 would stay.
Oh, stay,
Mhm.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. So unstrike through it.
Excuse me.
Okay. That's good. Keep scrolling, keep scrolling. Are we done?
We're close.
No.
Nope, these are.
That's
You
it.
said
That's
that
it.
Too soon.
That's it.
It's only gonna take 15 minutes.
I'll motion to approve the bylaw language as submitted and discussed.
Seconded.
Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Okay.
Motion to adjourn?
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Thank you very much, everybody.